All Foundation staff, calling all Foundation staff. This is Dr. Theron Sherman. We are digitizing our signals. We are reticulating our splines, and very soon we will be broadcasting from Site 42. All right, the chat is finally up. I can see you guys. Hello, Ellie, Miss Falls, Branby, Hal 9000, as always. Thank you for opening the pod bay door so we could get our signal live. If you are watching our show, make sure to like, share, subscribe, all of that general YouTube business using your Foundation-issued encrypted YouTube accounts. Please do not do so using your civilian accounts. That's right, we had another information security breach last week due to civilian YouTube shares. That award goes up to frickin' Steve again. Make sure to fix that this week, Steve. YouTube feed is live, TikTok feed is live. Let's get this show on the road. Hey there, Foundation staff. This is Dr. Theron Sherman and my good friend and co-host, Billith. Welcome to the anomalous broadcast from Site 42.
Happy to be here, even though a little bit of a technical kerfuffle. We figured it out for the most part.
Every stream is a different disaster. That's just...
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my lord. I did a stream with Radiger yesterday because they're doing the fundraising for Hymns for the Road, the new podcast. And it was a Discord signal disaster.
It was great. I mean, I was happy to be there. You guys did a great job reading when you were...
Desk Radiger and I were fantastic. Discord can eat one today, and so can the Wi-Fi, but thank you to... Thank God for us, as Jim Stephanie Sterling would say.
Absolutely. You did best with what you've been given. That's all that matters.
I got to meet the living containment chamber. That was checked off my list.
Yeah, when you said that, I was like, we should wait, because you got turned into a crit stream. I get it. Yeah. I see. That's good. That was a fun time. Still, I mean, technical issues notwithstanding, it was a great time, and I hope to see you guys do more those streams in the future. Maybe
if you're on the TikTok stream and you don't want to be sitting here looking up my nose for the duration of this, head over to Site 42 on YouTube, where you'll see Billith and I's beautiful faces and green screens.
You didn't tell me there was an up the nose Sherman view, one of those angles.
The nose cam.
Dang, the nose cam.
Also, I like your background today. That's definitely an upgrade.
Oh, I mean, I just turned on the green screen, and I mean, I wouldn't recommend hanging out with the 6820, but it just seemed appropriate. I was looking for a nice close-up picture of a Foundation facility to put in the background. It's a good one.
For the first couple of TikToks, I was using a still frame from one of the security rooms in the game Control, until I stumbled upon, I think it's SCP-3509 that I use for my TikTok green screen now.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, it works out. That's for sure.
And then this beautiful thing, I got to shout out Synthetic Alien. This is all Synth's doing with the animated warp drive over here or whatever.
Oh.
I was just told not to touch anything. That's what they tell me when I come in here.
That's fair. Yeah. Oh, I see the image now. Yes. I can see that. Yeah.
The luck stream continues.
As lucky as it's been.
Today we are diving right in. Oh, I better not forget, of course, why we are still reading these SCP-7000s.
Can't forget. Won't forget.
And that is the level... Oh, don't make Billith go away. Make the browser window go away. No, stop it. There. There, I found it. Yes, the Dr. Cimmerian, almost hit by a tree, GoFundMe, won the best meta article award in the 7K contest with this. We are still
Absolutely.
trying to fill that hole with money as insulation.
Our shovels broke. We need more shovels. We ran out of money to put into the walls. Now we're putting shovels in the walls. But we were using the shovels to shovel money into the walls.
Now we're going to roll up the money and tape it into a cylinder, and at the end make a nice flat money surface, and we're going to use our money shovels to shovel money into the insulation hole.
It is a foolproof plan, and it's very cost efficient. I think. I don't know what that word means. Efficient. I just hear it said a lot. Sounds
and in
good.
the words of the Foundation, what could possibly go wrong with this plan?
Let's get 2719 involved. I'm sure that'll be good.
We just make it so that the ceiling hole is inside, and we put the money inside.
Exactly. Cimmerian can't get rained on if he's inside.
See, it's perfect.
Nothing can go wrong.
All right, today's stream, we are starting with SCP-7711.
Beautiful. By
what is this article called?
7711 by Agisuru. Not sure.
I can go with Agisiru, at least until they correct us in the chat.
7711. One right up here. Aha. 7711 is alone. And there's a period at the end, so it's a hard stop. Alone.
Oh boy. All right, I'll take us from the top on this.
Sounds good.
Let's make it look pretty on screen. And you are viewing an archived page. This in-progress iteration has been preserved in Foundation archives for the sake of access to audio contained within. Be advised that all relevant knowledge has yet to be approved by the O5 Council for release to the Foundation at large. Item number, SCP-7711. Object class, level 6 classified. Cosmic top secret. Containment class, esoteric. Secondary class, Archon. Disruption class, Dark. Risk class, Notice. Special containment procedures. Containment of SCP-7711 is not feasible by standard means, but, due to the nature of SCP-7711, is effectively pointless. While SCP-7711 can, in some sense, be considered contained by virtue of being restricted to residing on a single, isolated planet, no maintenance of this containment is required. Should SCP-7711 spread beyond its home planet, nothing will change. Description: SCP-7711 is the designation for an anomalous humanoid race and the dominant species of its home planet. SCP-7711 is typically referred to by itself as Homo sapiens. Footnote: colloquially known as humans. Though at present, no names for SCP-7711 are known that are not self-given. SCP-7711 is people!
Oh man, what if people were the anomaly?
You have enabled auto-transcription. Audio detected. Voice identification active. Speaker, Dr. Uwe, Luke. Transcribing. That's it. Where's the anomaly? Speaker, 055, retired. I feel like I'll take Dr. Uwe and you can take the 05.
Absolutely. It's not they're not actually. Okay, I see it. All right. After all we've cataloged, and especially after every anomaly we've created ourselves, it's only appropriate.
I don't know. It just feels wrong to me.
I understand. It's a strange objectivity to conclude one's own race to be anomalous.
Why, though? What brought this on?
How fond are you of stories, Uwe?
I doubt I'm really allowed to say I don't want or have time to listen.
You're allowed to say whatever you want. You're allowed to walk out the door right now and never come back if you're so inclined.
Well, sure, but I don't know. Responding like that to an 05 feels like I'm breaking the biggest rule in the Foundation.
Forget my position. I'm not speaking in any capacity as an overseer. I'm just speaking as someone old and tired, whose memories may not be intact forever. Someone who's seen more than they ever deserved to. You're interested in being a part of our deep space exploration initiative, aren't you? I ask that you indulge me in this chance to ramble.
All right, if that's what you'd like.
And then the rest is me.
I was gonna say, how about I reclaim the 05 and take this one from here? I didn't realize he was the only one talking.
That's fine. I'll allow that.
All right. You can be Dr. Uwe at the ending.
Oh, great.
Just be a little British.
Yeah, that's fine.
I wasn't alive when man made it into orbit. I wasn't alive when man made it to the moon. I wasn't alive when man made it to Mars. I know the gist of it, though. Like a sheltered child, we took our first steps into the great world beyond our home. We stumbled along the way, and once we were out the door, we were overwhelmed by what we saw. We quickly returned to safety, to the place we'd known for our entire existence, grateful for what we had been provided. That's where official records end. Man has never gone farther than the fourth planet from the sun, and certainly never left the solar system. I don't think it's much of a surprise for me to tell you that that simply isn't true. I've been out there. I've seen the vast, unyielding cosmos firsthand. Above all else, I returned with one fact seared into my mind. Humanity is an anomaly. Simply through the act of existing, we defy every expected norm of this universe. The Foundation has had faster-than-light travel for, I think it's almost a century now. It's hard to remember exactly when we found it, frankly, because the technology sat discussed in an out-of-the-way facility for God knows how long. We didn't know what to do with it. We could travel wherever we pleased, but we couldn't see wherever ahead of time. We'd be flying blind and without direction, and chances are that if we just sent someone off at random, they'd never find anything interesting out there. As time progressed, we didn't gain much of anything to help us see further into the cosmos. Instead, we developed ways to predict what we would find, mathematical models to tell us where planets would be, what their composition was like, the chances that they were suitable for life. All of this based on the tiny sliver of the universe we could see from our little home. But we couldn't test these predictions through conventional means. We needed to dust off the faster-than-light travel technology that had been rotting in containment. We needed someone to venture out and discover what it was the models couldn't predict. I wasn't an 05 then. I was young and idealistic, eager to prove myself however I could. To this day, I'm still not certain why they chose me. But I don't think why really matters. They chose me, and I quickly learned how to operate the craft they'd created. I was given a list of destinations, planets they had calculated as most likely to support life. Not all of them would be like ours. Some they'd even received evidence from of extraterrestrial life, but had been unable to effectively communicate, travel to, or even view them remotely. The ship was a work of genius in its own right. Not just because of the ability to travel beyond anything we knew, mind you. Honestly, I think that might have been the least remarkable part. Maybe it's just because the idea of faster-than-light travel has been in the cultural zeitgeist so long that it hardly stood out to me. I was more fascinated by the way it could harvest sunlight to create nutrient-dense smoothies, negating the need for rationing out food to last me a set period of time. There was also the pocket dimension, accessible from Earth as well as from a door near the back of the craft. Though we couldn't occupy it at the same time, Foundation personnel could leave me things I needed, and in turn I could hand off notes from my mission. That was the closest thing I had to companionship. The distance between myself and our solar system would quickly become too great to manage direct conversation. It wasn't long before I was watching Earth slowly vanish from sight. A world large beyond human comprehension reduced to a pinprick in my rear viewing port. Everything I'd ever known took up less space in my visual field than the stars further away than a human could ever fathom. It's hard to place how I felt about it in that moment. I can't help but project how I feel now about the whole thing, later events tinting that memory, preventing me from ever recalling it as it truly was. I don't know if I'll ever be able to experience that feeling again. That's just the nature of the human mind. I know I felt some kind of awe. reverence even, for the alien beauty of what I was seeing. No other person had ever borne witness to that sight. Yet for all the beauty of Earth, of Mars and Saturn and Jupiter, of our solar system in its entirety, so much more of what I saw lacked that elegance. The initial stage of my departure was breathtaking in ways that set my expectations far too high. After that, it was just nothing. I was adrift in, well, I can't even call it darkness. There's a certain expectation to the concept of darkness, that there's something to see within it. That if only there were more light or your eyes better adjusted, you'd be able to discern some faint figure of your surroundings. Even if I shone a light in any direction, what would have been there to see? The light itself would have been wasted. There would have been no difference. My craft was moving faster than physics had previously been capable of comprehending, but it appeared no different to me than if I were standing still. I've heard, of course, that it's a trick of our vision, that our ability to see is based on light moving so much faster than we can, that moving faster than light would render us incapable of seeing. I'm not certain I want to attribute it entirely to that principle. I think that, even were the postulation proven wrong, there still would have been nothing to see. The distance is so vast and so empty to the mind that the mind struggles to understand it. Our brains weren't made for solitude. We evolved to observe everything around us, to constantly be on alert for anything even minutely different. Anytime I looked out into the stars, I'd swear I saw something move, or blink, find some connection between them. I saw stars looking back at me with the same vague curiosity in their gaze that I held in mine, only to realize that my psyche had invented all of it. The longer I peered into nothingness, the more my mind wanted so desperately for there to be something within it. My subconscious itself seemed bored of being unable to perceive anything, tricking me into thinking there was anything out there to elicit some kind of emotion. But there never was. On and on I traveled, guided only by a set of predictive equations. Bright as the people who did all that math for me were, they didn't know for certain how fast I'd be able to reach the locations I was being sent to. They had to program the craft itself to adjust its trajectory based on the speeds it actually achieved. Were my direction off by even the most marginal of fractions, I could wind up arriving to nothing, too far away from my target to even be able to see where I should have gone. That anxiety harrowed me up until the moment I reached my first destination, the closest of the potentially life-sustaining planets, though certainly not the most similar to ours. It was a tiny thing, barely larger than our moon, but equally desolate. It wasn't large enough to hold an atmosphere. I landed, but I knew what would await me. I was aware of the results I'd see of the tests performed on each sample I took. There was no life there. I don't think there ever had been. From Earth, the Foundation had observed a planet large enough to keep an atmosphere, a planet that had liquid water, a planet quite similar to our own. That site had been hundreds of years old by the time it reached us. As I departed, I saw what had occurred. I saw what Earth wouldn't know for centuries. As I said, the planet hardly exceeded the size of our moon, but that wasn't the whole of it. The mass that had been observed from Earth hadn't been some illusion. It spiraled rapidly in a close orbit to the center mass, splintered off by some catastrophic impact. Something, likely a rogue planetoid traveling the cosmos much the same as I, had struck. It carried with it enough force to rend the planet itself, scattering the pieces into space around it. Still held captive by the gravity of the planet's star, these fragments had slowly begun to amass, forming a frenzied, chaotic orbit around one another that constantly dragged the main body of the planet out of its own proper orbit, zigging and zagging around the star to such a degree that its climate utterly destabilized. It would be brought near to the sun and baked for months before being dragged out into the frigid cold. If there had ever been life there, and if that life survived the cataclysmic collision, and if that life had also managed to endure the loss of the majority of the atmosphere, it would certainly have been done by the done in by the unpredictable orbit. My stop there had been a waste of time, and the tests performed on the samples confirmed it. There were no traces of organic material to be found anywhere. Once more, I returned to the solitude of the cosmos, drifting towards my next destination. The next planet wasn't quite as obviously dead as at first glance. I saw no life. That much was true. But it was entirely possible life only existed there as single-celled organisms. I could not rely purely on what I could see. Aside from incredibly high levels of radiation, there were few outwardly apparent signs of disaster. My initial suspicion was that there was some kind of fallout from a war, but I realized that the assumption was rather human-centric. Even if another species achieved the dominance humanity has, who's to say they would ever develop weapons that took a form at all recognizable to us? No, I dare say that no living being wrought the destruction that second planet faced. The samples I took told me everything I needed to know. The planet had once contained a molten core much like Earth's, but for whatever reason, it had since cooled and solidified. Over time, this brought the planet itself to a thermal equilibrium. There were traces of life having once been there, but with the fiery core extinguished, that life lost the ability to synthesize nutrients, leading to total extinction. The cooling of the core also brought with it a loss of the planet's protective magnetic field, allowing solar winds to scour the surface into the wasteland that lay before me. Another dead end. Another waste of time. I was disappointed, but this wasn't entirely unexpected. Even finding one living planet among the dozens of destinations would be remarkable. Discouraging, perhaps, but not cause for concern yet. I was to press on until I found the extraterrestrial life that I knew in my heart existed somewhere in the vast universe. As I traveled toward the next coordinates, an oddity drew my attention. The ship had detected a nearby nebula, one that had never been observed from Earth. It should have been directly between our planet and the one to which I was currently traveling at the time that I left, yet according to the logs of known celestial bodies in my ship's database, it had not been catalogued. I allowed myself a moment to stop and smell the roses, so to speak, to observe and note something not fully unknown for our records. I believe I understand how it had escaped detection. Thousands of kilometers across it was, but it possessed a motility I do not think nebulae typically capable of. It crawled on, shifting and extending pseudopods like an amoeba, propelling parts of itself forward before the limb-like structure ruptured and the rest of the gaseous body came spilling out from that point. It periodically twinkled in a rhythmic pattern, producing light from within itself in a way nebulae typically do not. I believe it had achieved this through some method of igniting segments of its gaseous form, perhaps by forcibly causing debris within it to collide and create a spark. While to that point it certainly defied my understanding of physics and of what defined a nebula, I was unwilling to call it truly anomalous within my notes. That was until it regarded me, ceasing its motion and producing a brilliant display of lights. I do not know how I knew that it had witnessed me. I was so infinitesimally tiny in comparison to this vast cloud, and so unimaginably far from it that I could observe its entire body, yet it noticed me there. We regarded each other, two travelers equally alone in a universe continually pulling away in every direction. We shared no language, no method of communication. Our encounter was brief and fruitless. We could do nothing but be aware of each other, knowing that we would be forever isolated by our nature of our physical beings. I did not even feel enthusiastic about this discovery, as realization hit me that this was nothing new. This individual may not have previously been observed, but its kind, beings trapped in the fabric of reality and forced into forms that resemble not anything we or they could recognize as life, were known to us already. The Foundation had seen them before, how they wailed and screamed into a universe to which they did not belong. I could not even consider this a discovery of life beyond our planet. This being was inorganic, a mere consciousness suspended in a starry limbo. It was nothing new for us, and it was not at all what I had been sent out to find. I moved on, and so did the nebula. I did not go far before my ship brought itself to a halt. I could not safely proceed to the destination, it alerted me. It was within the gravitational field of a neutron star. While I could observe it from my current distance, approaching the coordinates would put us too close to the neutron star to have any hopes of escaping its pull. The catalog of my destinations that the Foundation had provided me made it apparent what had transpired. The star about which orbited the planet I was seeking had been an absolute behemoth, What lay before me now was its corpse, having obliterated all of its satellites when its flame began to sputter and die. Whatever fragments that were not launched into space had been drawn into the star during the subsequent gravitational collapse. The planet I had come in search of must have been wiped out of existence before I even left home, and Earth would be none the wiser of its fate for at least another decade. I had no choice but to move onward. We had not expected that star to be so close to the end of its life, but such things are hard to gauge from sight alone. Such was the crux of my mission as a whole, I suppose. The next destination was a moon orbiting a gaseous planet. From what we had seen, it seemed to even support some kind of liquid on its surface. The potential for it to be similar to Earth was immense and exciting. Unfortunately, that liquid was not water. The planet was tremendously cold, to the point where I was unable to leave the safety of my vessel lest my blood freeze in my veins in mere minutes. That liquid, as it turned out, was an ocean of oxygen. This was no habitable body. It was the warmth of our primordial world that helped birth organic matter. This moon was too frigid, I theorized, and indeed the samples contained no evidence of life ever existing there. Onward I had to go. My next stop was mercifully balmy by comparison. Readings indicated a high humidity and more than enough warmth to encourage life to flourish. Its atmosphere contained oxygen with similar enough atmospheric pressure that the air would in theory be breathable for humans. I must stress, however, that this is only technically the case. While I would have been able to breathe on the surface of this planet, taking breaths of air would quickly prove hazardous. The air was roughly 90% oxygen, far more than our planet had ever experienced. Breathing it would quickly induce toxicity for beings that had not evolved for such a climate. That, however, was the least concern for organisms that would theoretically live there. Far more pressing was the lightning that continually struck around me. The planet's weather was a violent haze of non-stop storms. Fires raged as far as I could see, picked up by the ferocious gale into terrible whirlwind. The atmosphere here was the catalyst for this chaos. Oxygen being so available as fuel, when combined with the continuous lightning strikes, meant fires could begin at a moment's notice. The sandy soil as well was incredibly flammable, allowing blazes to spread with ease. If there was a hell, I can only imagine it to look much like that planet did. Life could find no foothold here. Even obtaining samples was difficult, as the materials collected proved hazardous enough that certain methods of examination set them ablaze. I was forced to abandon much of what I had collected and move on as swiftly as possible. Several uneventful locations followed. While they were far less dangerous in comparison to the previous planets, so too were they less remarkable. There was simply nothing to see. It was a planet devoid of life and of actively hostile conditions. This was the bulk of what I witnessed in the end. Planet after planet I found utterly bare to the point of blending together in my memory. I'll spare you the details of how many such planets I observed. Just know that between each noteworthy destination lay at least 2 or 3 that were very much the opposite. This time, there were simply far more of them in a row. I lost track of the passage of time, as there was no way to mark the days in my ship beyond the time and date reading on the monitor of the ship's computer system. The thick and flavorless nutrient broth that the ship dispensed for me had become difficult to choke down, dissatisfying to my tongue in both texture and in taste. Dull repetition set in, circumstances unchanging despite moving from one planet to the next. I had never anticipated tedium being so heavily a part of interstellar travel. Eventually, however, this extended sequence of barren planets was broken. I was over 200 light years from Earth and several months into my journey when I came upon a destination remarkably beautiful in terribly familiar ways. My stomach churned in equal parts excitement and anxiety as I gazed upon the blue planet before me, white clouds drifting across. It looked so very much like home that I momentarily wondered if my ship had brought me back to Earth already. The image of family and friends awaiting my return passed through my mind before I could stop it, bringing my heart to a standstill as I realized that no such thing would greet me here. It was only a pale reflection of home, a disappointing reminder of what I had left behind. Still, I had hope yet to cling to. If any planet would have life, this one, it seemed, was a splendid candidate. Indeed, I found traces of organic material almost immediately among my samples. My journey hadn't been for naught. I had found something, even if it was only in the form of microorganisms just beginning their evolutionary journey. As the results came in, however, my heart sank. There had indeed been life here, but it was present no longer. Though I could not find evidence of cataclysm or inhospitable conditions like the previous planets, life here had died out all the same. Millions of years before we set our sights on this dull rock adrift in the cosmos, its own life had begun and ended. It had faltered of its own accord, simply unable to meet the needs for survival. A changing environment brought hardships that these little creatures could not bear, and so did this planet's story come to a close. Perhaps it was sentimental of me, but I felt it wrong to leave without erecting some kind of a memorial for this dead world. I gathered stones, piling them into a cairn near where I landed. I knew that no other being would likely ever see my grave for this planet's potential, but it felt like the proper thing to do. Life here would be remembered only by a small pile of stones placed by a visitor from afar. Is it strange to feel kinship with long dead alien microbes? Perhaps. But their corpses were the closest I'd come to company in my journey thus far. My hopes of finding true extraterrestrial life were waning. As I looked to the skies above in preparation for my departure, I could only wonder how many dead ends were left for me. Would I resign myself to failure and return home before finishing my task, leaving some horizons unexplored? I wasn't certain I had the resolve needed to face discouragement time and time again as I hopped from planet to planet. It would soon weigh far too heavily on me to continue much longer, I feared. I had to continue on my mission before such thoughts demoralized me. There was still some flicker of hope within me. Life had at least been present at some point on 2 of the planets I visited. It was life that never had the opportunity to advance into complex forms, but the possibility for life that survived such trials remained. Another string of lifeless worlds eventually gave way to another hellish sight. The next planet I was to visit was wrapped in a layer of noxious yellow clouds. For a moment, I wondered if there was even solid ground to land on, as I was unable to pierce that veil from orbit. I would have to enter the atmosphere and manually search for an ideal location to ground my ship. Admittedly, it was an easier task than I had anticipated, but that said little. I had half expected the atmosphere to tear my vessel to pieces. It didn't, thankfully. The main difficulty was simply finding open ground large enough to accommodate me. The terrain across the entire planet was unyieldingly mountainous. Where the ground flattened sat boiling mud puddles, fetid fumes rising from beneath. I would be unable to land in such a location for risk of the ground being too thin to support the weight of my craft. Quakes consistently racked the planet, further limiting the locations I could safely land, as I would need to seek ground higher than its surroundings to minimize risk of rock falls crushing my ship. It took some doing, but I did manage to nestle myself in on a plateau. My findings were predictable. Life had taken hold briefly on this world, but it was ultimately ill-suited to support any living thing. What creatures there had been were all extremophiles, reliant on the frequent volcanic or other thermal activity welling up from deep within this hostile planet. Geological records indicated that this planet had undergone a period of relative calm some thousands of years prior. As all life had been adapted to the harsh conditions, it was instead that we would find more suitable that spelled their end. It was instead what we would find more suitable that spelled their end. Life has not been present here since. Once more I ascended into the void beyond, eager to bid that planet goodbye. While it was a rare bit of excitement amidst continual disappointment, I would not miss it. I would take the barren planets any day, since they had little risk of killing or stranding me. Unfortunately, my list of destinations was beginning to run dry. I'd only a handful of coordinates left to investigate, with little hope left of one of these few having life. I was terrified of returning home to a failure, yet a part of me desperately wished to do so. Being rebuked would still mean I'd finally hear another person's voice again. The next planet was the most impressive in some regards. It was the only one I saw where life achieved any sort of complexity. I was able to find fossils of insect-like beings that swarmed this planet's oceans once at a time. Swam, not swarm. They were small, certainly, but they utterly dwarfed anything I'd seen before by virtue of being more than a single cell. Armored exoskeletons had protected them from their environment as they slowly adapted to their world. But they did not adapt quickly enough. In the end, I saw a reversal of the situation from the previous planet. Volcanic activity flared up to a degree it had never before achieved in the planet's history. The oceans began to dry up and acidify, ash blanketing the planet and blocking out light. The creatures that evolved here were trapped within the now toxic waters, slowly choking to death over the course of a decade. Life did not recover. Almost all life was wiped out in that time. Though a few species limped on, they did not last. They were not diverse or numerous enough to repopulate this devastated world, and so nature there breathed its last. I was late to this planet by over 1 million years. 2 more locations left. The next was desolate, ravaged by windstorms that tore chunks out of the loose soil. The dirt was woefully devoid of any nutrient content, ill-suited for life to grow at all. It seemed as though this planet simply never received the fertilization I'd seen in all the others. While there had been barren planets before, this one almost appeared to have been deliberately stripped of everything. I could not find traces of any heavy metals in the soil, no oxygen in the atmosphere, no carbon or silicon to form the backbone of life. It was simply a wasteland that could never grow into something more. There was nothing for me to see here, and so onward I went. The final coordinates were most disappointing of the lot. It seemed I'd finally run afoul of incorrect calculations. There was simply nothing there to greet me when I dropped out of faster-than-light travel. There was no black hole to have swallowed up the planet. There was no debris where a planet once was before being obliterated. There was simply nothing. Not even within a single light year of my destination were there any stars, and the nearest one had no satellites. I was entirely empty-handed. This was how my journey came to an end, entirely denying me one last planet for some sense of closure. Perhaps that was emblematic of my journey as a whole. In the end, I found nothing. There was nothing left to do but to return to Earth. At the very least, I would no longer be alone, I thought. That assumption was woefully incorrect. Nobody was there to greet me upon my return. Communications with the base at which I were to land were automated, and the entire site had been cleared of both people and anomalies. I was debriefed by faceless individuals on the other side of a computer screen, people whose names I never knew and never learned even after I became an overseer. I was held in containment for weeks until they were certain I'd not return with some alien life clinging to my boots. Solitude had not released me from its hold yet. I was eventually allowed to return to my life, but I found depressingly little to return to. My mother had passed on while I was away. I had no significant other or siblings to keep me company. The most I could do was tell my story to her grave, thinking all the while of that solemn pile of rocks I'd left behind on some planet I didn't even know the name of. I was alone, and in that moment, I finally concluded that we, all of us as a species, were too.
I see. That's...
disappointing?
Yeah.
I know, but at least you're not alone in that feeling. The odds have been so heavily stacked against life finding success that it seems only through sheer luck we stand here today.
That's hardly reassurance. Still, though space is incomprehensibly vast, there's so many more planets than what you saw.
That may be true, yes, but I don't think they'll hold anything of note. The Foundation had selected the most likely candidates for me to visit. The vast majority of planets out there have no hopes of supporting life. Besides, I wasn't the last person to travel out into the cosmos. Nobody we've sent has found anything of note.
Oh, so we really are alone then?
As far as we know, yes. I apologize if this has killed your enthusiasm for exploring what may be out there, but I would rather not people have to endure the extended disappointment that I did.
Right. I understand. Is there anything else you'd like to tell me before I finish writing this up?
No, I think I've taken enough of your time for today. Take care, Uwe.
Yeah, you too. It reminds me of that 1001 that's like the letter from 051 or whatever. As a record. Yeah, I think it's the record. But anyway, it's good. I feel like it's kind of been done before, but slightly differently.
Say again?
I feel like it's been like it's kind of been done before, but slightly differently. But I mean, it's written well. It was very very visually well written, like very evocative imagery. Um,
For
it reminds,
me,
yeah, go ahead.
or yeah, for me, the humanities lucky to be the only one exists. I think we've seen kind of that stuff already, cliche wise. Now, tropes are not bad by any means. Uh, it's just coming up a luck, like lot during luck contest. I guess we all had the same idea. Um, this
It's
is really,
luck is a very narrow theme.
yeah. We this is giving me very heavy No Man's Sky vibes,
Yeah, because it's such an empty game. I got you.
and I'm not sure if I would like this better
Right.
if it were told if it weren't told in hindsight,
Right.
because it's like a foregone conclusion.
Yeah. I can see
This
that.
story, but told in the present tense, where like we start with an excited person who's like going out there into the stars on a brave mission, and they keep getting like punched in the face. I think could be a really interesting Shaggy Dog story, beating them down.
Right. Have you seen have you read Codename The Truth?
No, I have not.
It's a 001 proposal, but it's not on the 001 page.
Okay.
It's good. It kind of has that same vibe, where it's like it's still being told. It's being told through fragmented logs that were found from the mission, but the logs are told in present tense. You know what I mean? They're like, they might be recounting stuff that just happened to them or describing stuff that's happening to them, but you kind of get a more like it's more in the middle of the action. You know what I mean? You get to
Correct. Yeah.
actually, yeah. This reminds me a lot of that as well. Um, yeah,
This
it's
is
not
still
like
an upvote though. Like,
yeah, it's still up,
I
well written. Yeah,
it gets its job done.
yeah, for sure. Very good. I like the little animation too, the archive, that theme.
Oh my god, that was tripping me out the entire time, because those little dots kept going over the words as I was reading them, and I
Oh,
thought I was hallucinating.
no, you were not.
And then a little white dot will like pass over a letter as I'm reading it, and I'm like, oh,
I didn't realize that it overlapped. Is that because you have it like resized or something? Oh, I see. I see what you're talking about.
Yeah, these little twinkling
Yeah.
stars are just going over the entire page.
For me, oh, I see. It's for me, it's only in the like the terminals.
See, if you look really carefully as one of the white dots goes up, you'll see it pass over a letter in between.
I just saw that. Yeah.
It took me
Ah.
like it took me into like 3 paragraphs into reading the O5 before I finally realized that my eyes weren't just like seeing spots.
Listen, Ajisuru, if you're in the chat, it's a quick fix on your CSS. I don't have time to explain it to you right now, but you can PM me. I'll help you put that behind the the rest of the page. But yeah, good work.
Flops in the chat. I won't lie that sometimes I confuse Billith and Jack Ike when it comes to remembering who authored The Truth.
It's Jack Ike, yes. Although, yes, Jack Ike, myself, and Placeholder McDoctor are the same person.
Indeed, indeed.
Yes.
All right.
All right.
Thank you.
On to the next one.
Agisuru, let's take a look. We're going into SCP-7009 by Esoterica.
All right. 7009. And
What's
that
this
is,
one called?
let's see. It is that one? It is. I thought there was the other one before it, but maybe I'm wrong. I thought there was another one before it. But yeah, let's see. 7009. Sidebars hidden. Perfect. There you are. 7009 is All Roads Lead to Rome.
All roads lead to Rome. Interesting.
It's pretty cool. It's an Ad Astra Per Aspera article. Interesting.
I was about to say the same thing.
Yeah,
And it's
I was a fan.
hilariously short.
Great.
Take it away, bud.
Woo. Okay. Yep. SCP-7009. Image caption: SCP-7009-018 as discovered by the Curiosity Mars rover. Item number: SCP-7009. Object class: Euclid, stricken from the document. Not applicable. Special containment procedures: I/O Minerva is to monitor internet and news media for keywords relating to newly discovered SCP-7009 instances, which are to be concealed or discredited as necessary. Update: following the dissolution of the Veil, containment of SCP-7009 has ceased. Research will continue in collaboration with the Beijing Institute of Anomalous Science. Description: SCP-7009 is a universal probabilistic phenomena associated with ancient Rome. First table: SCP-7009 instance and description. Instance SCP-7009-004. The collective designation for 31 individual instances wherein a random text generator fully produced the Aeneid. Footnote: an epic by the Roman poet Publius Vergilius Maro. Scans indicate that no thaumaturgic or ontokinetic activity was involved. Instance SCP-7009-18, a 3-2 replica of the Roman theater of Dugas. Footnote: an ancient theater that was the Beja Governorate of Tunisia. It was the location of the annual Doga International Festival until 2025, when local Leth events made event organization impossible. Discovered on Mars. It appears to have naturally formed from the surrounding rock through erosion. No thaumaturgic or ontokinetic activity was detected. Instance SCP-7009-95, a meteorite in the shape of Velletri sarcophagus that was discovered on the surface of Pluto. Footnote: an ornately sculpted Roman sarcophagus from 140 to 150 CE. Analysis suggests that its collision with the surface of the dwarf planet damaged it in such a way as to result in its current shape. No thaumaturgic or ontokinetic activity was detected. Instance SCP-7009-146, the lingua fenma. Footnote: the primary language of the Femet, an alien species that communicates by expelling gas from the joints of its exoskeleton. Cool. Despite the Femat's vastly different mode of communication, the lingua fema's written form is functionally indistinguishable from Classical Latin. Instance SCP-7009-264, a 4.3 kilometer by 9.9 kilometer Roman victory column on the planet TRAPPIST 1E. It appears to have been previously a mountain that underwent extreme seismic activity. SCP-7009-338, Omicron Ceti. Footnote: a red giant pulsating variable star that is approximately 200 to 400 light years from the Sun. It is part of the Earth constellation Cetus. Its irregular shifts in brightness are, when viewed across multiple centuries, able to be read as Morse code, translating to Veni Vidi Vici. SCP-7009-509, the alien civilization that formerly existed on the planet Kepler 753b, which was founded by a species of an animate coral. Its culture and much of its known history is nearly identical to that of ancient Rome. Kepler 753b underwent an XK-class end-of-the-world scenario approximately 1.2 billion years ago, when its largest supervolcano erupted. Evidence of life on Kepler 753b only exists due to the thick layer of volcanic ash that has since coated 83.1% of the planet's surface. SCP-7009 appears to be a form of, quote, convergent probability, in the way that convergent evolution is the developmental phenomenon of unrelated species reaching analogous results, convergent probability is the causal phenomenon of unlike causes having the same effects. Ever since I was a child, I've been obsessed with trying to make sense of the universe. Having entered my adolescence shortly after the veil was dropped, I grew up entrenched in the ensuing cultural craze over anomalies. It was inevitable in hindsight to be an 11-year-old girl and learned that magic was real. It captured my every waking moment. How could it not? To my young mind, it was at once captivating and terrifying to peer behind the Foundation's shroud, to discover that the world was so full of things that couldn't be explained or even described. It was a waking dream and an inescapable nightmare. I couldn't tear myself away. The more I learned, the more I understood how little I would ever know. When I started my tenure at the Beijing Institute of Anomalous Science, I began to find some relief from this existential horror in chaos theory. The world is unpredictable and unfathomably strange, yes, but it still operates on a complex system of fundamental laws. Consider the second law of thermodynamics. Despite everything, one can at least trust that the universe will always progress towards a state of lower energy. Entropy provides a sort of bleak comfort in its absolute certainty. These philosophical concerns weren't far from my mind when I began studying SCP-7009. Once again, I faced a universe that made no sense. SCP-7009 shouldn't be possible without some degree of reality alteration, but wherever we found it, Hume levels remained stable. No trace of thaumaturgic or ontokinetic activity was ever found. SCP-7009 is merely the child of random choice. But, quote, random doesn't exist. Chaos is the result of immensely complex laws. And so, as I stare into the abyss of our utter improbability, I find myself revising my old mantra. The universe will always progress towards a state of lower entropy. Lower energy. Roads will always lead to Rome. Dr. Xu Huang. Interesting. So it's short. I like how short it is.
And despite not having like a grand story or even much of one, it is just an anomaly that does something weird's going on all over the place, but it really wraps it together with just the right amount of detail.
Absolutely. Yeah. I really like it.
Yeah. This is short, sweet, gets in, gets out, gets the job done. I like that we're part of the anomaly, basically, because we did our own Rome.
Right. Yeah,
Rome is not so much a human thing as it is a universal constant concept.
Yeah. I like the idea of the impact, the meteorite impact breaking into the exact shape. Yeah, it says it damaged it in such a way as to result in its current shape. That's funny. That's definitely improbable.
And I think adding in the way they added in Ad Astra per Aspera and the dissolution of the veil just gave it that little hint of texture that a lot of articles lack by not bringing anything except straight Foundation business.
Yeah, I do think something like this would eventually break the veil anyway. You know, it's like this, it's so improbable and so apparently widespread. I'm sure that there's more cases of this that, you know, would eventually be uncovered. But yeah, like they literally have 509 instances in the table at least. I like it. It's good work. Good job, Esoterica.
Good job, Esoterica. All right, real
Fantastic.
quick before we go on, let's pull up that sweet, sweet ad break. Remember, we are doing this A for Dr. Cimmerian's Treehouse Fund. Not to build a treehouse, and in fact, to get the trees out of the house.
Wait, it's not to build a... Oh, man. I got to call the contractors.
Darn it.
Well, either way, those trees, they have dead trees around them now, so it's at least a message, I guess.
The trees have been warned. Beyond that, you will also find a beautiful link to Billith's support links for such as Slowgram.
Correct. Slowgramming is my
Slowgramming.
musical project. That's all right. And you can also check out all of my support links, including my personnel files and donation links and all the goodies over at billith.space. Billith.space. Go there.
Ooh.
Absolutely. Looking good over at the GoFundMe. We are almost at that goal. We got maybe $202 left.
So close.
Maybe we could close that out today, huh?
We had a good $100 donor last time. Maybe we'll get lucky again.
Yeah, absolutely.
$202.
That's what this is all about.
Let's do it, chat.
Let's get lucky. Be your own 7K.
You can also become a Site42 patron if you want to support our streams and TikTok and YouTube content and help in other SCP creators, whether it's crowdfunding for Radiger or Dr. Cimmerian or anybody else we work out on the games, film side of SCP.
Sounds great. What do we got next?
That brings us to LNA Fish Trucks, SCP-7077. I think I usually like Fish Truck's work.
Yeah, same. I'm not gonna lie. I saw Esoterica, and I was looking forward to a 7K Surrealistics entry, but that's fine. And I like Ad Astra. That was my second choice. So good job. Let's see what we got. What was the number?
All right. What's this one called?
What's the number? You just said it was by Eleni Fish Truck.
7077.
Oh, 7077. It is Where the Sky Meets Sea.
Where the Sky Meets the Sea by LNA Fish Truck.
Absolutely. And let's see. Let me take that one away because you did a long reading last.
Let's peek down, see if it's another short one or a long one. Oh yeah, there's a monster with a lot of dialogue. So you take main and I'll help out with the chat. Yeah,
we'll be going back and forth, I'm sure. All right. Where the Sky Meets Sea by Eleni Fish Truck. That is not the right one. You opened up the wrong one. There we go. Okay. Level 3/7077. Item number SCP-7077. Classified. Object class safe. Image caption is SCP-7077. Special containment procedures. A rotating shift of armed guards controls SCP-7077's exterior, and a remote surveillance system monitors the surrounding area. Guards should escort any individuals crossing the exclusionary area under cover story 7077, quote, protected heritage site. Per addendum 7077.2, exploration of SCP-7077 is forbidden. Description. SCP-7077 is a limestone structure with a rock-cut facade located near the Sarawat Mountains in Saudi Arabia. The structure's architecture resembles that of the Nabatean Kingdom, with potential Hellenistic influences. The site containing SCP-7077 features several other abandoned structures of similar design believed to serve as tombs. SCP-7077's interior topology is inconsistent and appears to spontaneously alter based on the individual visiting the structure. The exact relationship between visitor and interior is under investigation. See Addendum 7077.2. Anomalous transformations affiliated with SCP-7077's interior include spatial inconsistencies, spontaneous generation of objects, and teleportation within the structure. Foundation personnel discovered SCP-7077 in the 1960s, following centuries-old rumors of a site in the area containing archaeological evidence of the biblical Hagar's habitation in the desert of Paran. Upon discovering SCP-7077's anomalous properties, the Foundation collaborated with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to block expeditions into the structure. Addendum 7077.1. After containment, Foundation personnel attempted an unmanned reconnaissance mission using a video camera mounted on a radio-controlled vehicle. Recovered footage revealed a small stone chamber containing only a few unnoteworthy items in a crawl space to the left. Attempts at breaking through the chamber failed. Containment personnel ascertained a human was necessary to properly explore SCP-7077's anomalous properties. Addendum 7077.2. Following Addendum 7077.1, researcher lead Dr. John Murray approved a manned expedition into SCP-7077. After consultation with willing volunteers to undertake this expedition, Dr. Lucas Howard was selected due to his familiarity with the region's history and cultural groups, proximity to SCP-7077 at the time, and working professional history with Dr. Murray. Foundation personnel dossier of Dr. Lucas Howard. Foundation ID number G192-734. Name Lucas Howard, born Lucas Kirscher. Date of birth April 6th, 1887. Clearance level 3 researcher. Position title Foundation Research Chair, Department of Preternatural Archaeology. Previously held positions in archaeology, occult Egyptology, ceramic arts, and art history, and Near East studies. Notes. Following his encounter with an anomalous event, the Foundation identified Dr. Howard as a potential future researcher. Through the supporting capable persons grant program, I like it. The Foundation funded Dr. Howard's academic career, including his doctoral research on archaeological studies of Egyptian cultures at the University of Chicago's Oriental Institute. Post-doctorate, the Foundation frequently liaised with Dr. Howard as a consultant for Near Eastern anomalies, preceding his formal initiation into the organization. And I missed that image caption at the top, and it's just reconnaissance footage from initial unmanned exploration into SCP-7077. My bad. For the exploration of SCP-7077, Dr. Howard wore an experimental body-mounted visual recording device capable of documenting and thaumaturgically transmitting his approximate line of sight in grayscale footage. The device included a transmitting and receiving radio, allowing for verbal communication between Dr. Howard and Dr. Murray, who acted as a command of the SCP-7077 manned exploration. Dr. Howard entered SCP-7077 at 12:32 p.m. It's June 23rd, 1960, so I probably got that last one wrong too. The following expeditionary logs are an abridged compilation of transmitted video footage and radio transmissions, which occurred during Dr. Howard's exploration into SCP-7077. And do you want to take Howard or command?
Let's take Howard. He's going exploring. Sure. Could be fun.
Yeah, that sounds good. Addendum 7077.2. Exploration log 001. Date June 23rd, 1960. Time 12:32 p.m.
Well, this thing is unwieldy. Are you sure you need audio and visual?
Sorry, Lucas. Protocols change. Higher-ups think written or verbal accounts of active anomalies aren't substantiative on their own. Just think of it as a way to double-check.
Not sure I love the implication there. Okay. Heading in now.
Sounds good. The footage is coming in through a little grainy, but that's to be expected. Camera's also recording on film, so we can review any details when you're out if need be.
Really seems like something I could just write down then. Let's get going.
Dr. Howard enters SCP-7077. The interior space initially appears similar to previous unmanned expedition. However, as the camera adjusts to the lower light levels, a formerly non-existent dark wooden doorway is present on the far wall.
I'm assuming you didn't forget to mention the extra door?
Oh, I lost my... Come on. Why are you not moving? Did I lose my... Let's see. Hold on 1 second. Okay, but for some reason it went to the top of the page, but I'm here. Okay. That's our confirmation of an anomaly. Good to proceed?
Dr. Murray, you didn't pull me away from a dig just to stop at the threshold. I'm moving on through now.
Dr. Howard walks forward and pushes on the door. It opens quietly inward. Footage Footage of the interior space beyond displays a room resembling a large vestibule. The area is rectangular with polished marble floors and flat stone walls. An assortment of evenly placed ionic columns rise to the high ceiling.
Well, this certainly isn't Nabatean. Architecture's modern, neoclassical, but unadorned. A space this size would take up at least the majority of the structure's physical exterior. I'm looking around now, and there doesn't seem to be any signs of damage or age. No dust on the ground either, and oh my.
Lucas. Camera pans upwards, revealing an immense glass, oval-shaped skylight dominating the ceiling. Beyond its surface appears a dark void dotted with innumerable points of light, differing in size and brightness. Faint, pulsing silver lines interlace between the points.
I'm fine, just wow. Not sure if it's coming through, but I'm looking up at the clearest night sky I've seen since I was a kid. But that can't be it. Almost looks like they're connected, like constellations, though none that I recognize.
Hold the camera on it for a bit. We'll get the details on the film and can have our people look at it when you're back out. Not all stars live above Kentucky, you know.
Hilarious, John. You know I'm from... Never mind. I'm looking back around now at the space itself. There are hallways on the room's far sides. Can't seem to make them out in much detail. I'm moving towards the one on the left now.
Dr. Howard approaches the entrance to the connecting corridor. He leans forward to get a view of the from afar.
The lighting here seems odd, inconsistent. It feels intentional or planned, not natural. Like staging lighting for a show. A lot of shadows up ahead just seem to gather and hang there.
The hallway before Dr. Howard extends into an intersection at the distance. On either side, carved decorative motifs cover the walls, lacking in identifiable forms and stylistic elements. A skylight running the length of the corridor illuminates the space through the glass. Dim, consistent lighting shines downward from an unidentifiable source. Lucas, enter the first entrance on your right. Facing inward, the adjoining room appears dark initially, containing an arrangement of shadowy forms. As Dr. Howard enters, the lighting within seems to adjust. Illumination resembling overhead spotlights reveal an assortment of objects positioned on a series of pedestals and wall mountings. The camera can only capture those closest to the entrance in detail.
A storeroom of some kind. Can only see the part of the way in. Go and have a look around.
Dr. Howard approaches one of the nearest pedestals on the left-hand side of the room. Positioned atop it are several overlapping metal horseshoes, severely rusted. He circles through a series of nearby displays, each featuring an assortment of wooden and/or metal tools, all notably aged.
I'm looking at a spade now. Wood's weathered, but not decomposed or too badly damaged, and the metalworking's modern enough, at least from within the century. Seem like the sort of things you'd bring to a dig site rather than hope to come across there.
Dr. Howard proceeds to circle through the space, revealing more poorly illuminated tools positioned on the stone walls and elevated platforms. He stops before a pitchfork suspended on a wall mounting. The item seemingly lacks one of its tines.
I'm going to handle one of the objects. Any objections?
None from us, but be careful.
Not too worried about tetanus, John.
Dr. Howard dons a pair of white linen gloves from his pocket. He carefully lifts the pitchfork, removing it from the wall mounting. Dr. Howard runs his hand through along the length of it and inspects the broken segment before turning the item over. He sees a worn manufacturer's mark on the metal.
Well, that simplifies things. Armstrong Tools, 1893.
We can get the people here started on that. Anything else? Dr. Howard repositions the pitchfork, letting his hand settle into two grooves in the wood, near the head and the rear of the object. After a moment, he places it back against the wall.
Sorry, nothing at the moment. I'm going to head deeper into the room and try to determine the size we're dealing with here.
As Dr. Howard progresses through the space, additional pedestals and wall-mounted items become visible. The objects appear roughly consistent with the usage of those encountered previously and display similar signs of aging and use. Much of the room remains obscured in shadow, with direct illumination predominantly directed towards the assorted objects. Dr. Howard withdraws a small notebook and begins to document the items he encounters. Eventually, the far end of the room becomes visible in the camera frame. A closed wooden door leans against its surface, illuminated from above. The door appears worn and cracked, with vestiges of red paint noticeably flaking along its exterior. A single, round metal handle is positioned on the right-hand side. Dr. Howard breathes in sharply. You all right, Lucas?
Yeah, there's another door here. It's different from the one at the entrance to SCP-7000. It looks like it's just leaning against the wall.
Dr. Howard reaches towards the handle while speaking before retracting his hand.
I think I'm going to try to open it, see if it budges.
Dr. Howard shakily pulls the door handle. The interior resembles a small bedroom with wooden paneling and floors. White paint flakes from the boards. The room is empty, save an unmade bed and nightstand. In front of the bed stand two pedestals topped with glass boxes. In one sits a chef's knife and encrusted liquid along the edge. In the other sits a jewelry mannequin on which rests a necklace with a golden ring.
That can't be.
Dr. Howard's breaths grow shallower and shallower till he starts violently coughing. He kneels on the ground. Everything good, Lucas? Why don't you try and enter the room?
Command, I'm going to return to the main space. Whatever you brought me here for, well, this isn't that. I've got reports to update on the other dig sites. I can't waste my time with whatever's going on here.
Dr. Howard turns around, only to find the room has changed in construction. A door on the right wall leads to a dark corridor. At the far end, a silver mirror hangs on the wall, partially scratched and obscured. Dr. Howard steps back in shock at his reflection. Jesus, a bit of a scare there. We can prep a team to come and get you if you're sure. We've seen the layout's inconsistent, so that's probably best for you to stay put until they can find you. Dr. Howard stares back towards the bedroom area for around a minute. He breathes slow as he forcibly controls his air intake. He looks away towards the entryway on the right wall. Do you wish to leave? Dr. Howard walks swiftly through the opening. As he passes through the threshold, contact is briefly lost. Addendum 7077.2. Exploration log 002. Date June 23rd, 1960. Time 1:46 p.m. Note: video link and radio contact with Dr. Howard resumed after approximately 30 and 40 seconds of interruption, respectively. Prior to the reestablishment of radio contact, the video footage shows Dr. Howard stepping through the passageway. Upon doing so, the space beyond shifts from a previously seen corridor to a large, empty, heavily stylized theater. Rows of seating are arranged facing towards the stage, an ornate curtain draping. The walls of the space and the curtain's fabric display extensive decorative motifs and imagery superficially resembling ancient Egyptian ornamentation, hyper-stylized for dramatic effect. Howard, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm somewhere. Oh, fucking hell. This is Gromans.
Come again, Grumans?
Gromans, Hollywood, California. I worked here for a while. I think SCP-7077 is constructing things, pulling them from the world or memories of it, I suppose.
So that bedroom back there was... Abruptly, the lights within the space dim and the stage curtains draw back, revealing a blank, silvery screen. A projected image appears, depicting an image of the theater space itself. The projected theater's lights dim, and a showing begins to play on the screen. The subsequent film shown within the projected image likewise depicts the movie theater. Dr. Howard turns away from the screen as the image within the projection begins to play its own projected film.
This isn't right. This isn't how I remember this space. Something about it is off.
Dr. Howard turns in a slow circle. The camera sweeps over rows of seating before stopping when it faces an elevated array of balcony seating. Two humanoid figures appear seated above, looking down towards the main theater space. The dim lighting obscures any further detail.
Oh, Lord.
Dr. Howard crouches behind a nearby seat. Do they seem responsive, Lucas? Have they seen you? Dr. Howard looks over the edge of the seat.
No, I don't think so. I'm going to try to make my way up. There's a stairwell on the side.
Dr. Howard crawls through the theater. Alongside one wall, between two ornate pillars, is a door disguised as part of the wall's decoration. Dr. Howard pushes against it and it swings inward, revealing a poorly lit staircase. He ascends, stopping to rest on a landing approximately halfway up. He leans against the railing and coughs several times. The camera's view is briefly obscured as he wipes his mouth on his sleeve. Lucas, all good?
Yeah, I'm fine. It's just some dust. I'm continuing up now.
At the summit of the staircase is a push-lever door. Dr. Howard leans into it, revealing a small room. Along the stone walls sits a table, 2 writing desks, a bookshelf, and a lamp. A photograph of the Great Pyramids of Giza is pinned on the wall. A single black high-heel shoe rests against a small pile of crumpled bed linens. In the center of the room is a stone carving of a larger-than-life-size human figure. The statue's head faces towards the entrance. Dr. Howard approaches it, coming to rest along its side.
This is authentic. Looks to be Ramses II. Otherwise, the room is...
Dr. Howard approaches the table. On it sits 2 empty place settings. A bottle of champagne has been uncorked. He circles around to the set of writing desks where respective typewriters sit. Placed adjacent to one is an opened envelope. The internal documents are missing. The upper left corner identifies the sender as the University of California, Berkeley, admissions.
This is a scene, a tableau. Something frozen, captured. At a dig, you're always wanting to see more. You don't trust just the first layer because it's already been buried. The complexity's in the depth. How this place, it's not showing one event, a single night, an argument. There's a strata to it. Does that mean there's an intent? Or does it just fall into place, layer by layer?
Do you remember this, Lucas? Dr. Howard passes by a bookshelf without responding and adjusts his body so the camera faces the pile by the doorway, where the aforementioned high-heel shoe rests. He remains at the bookshelf for a moment before returning to the reclining statue in the center of the room. He extends one hand towards its surface and places a book atop it. Opening the book causes a Polaroid photograph to slide out, falling to the floor. Dr. Howard stops to pick it up, revealing a black and white image of a beachfront at night. The ocean is choppy and merges into the night sky. Reflections of the stars above are disjointed by the turbulent surface of the water. Beside the photo are 2 previously unnoticed paper movie tickets. The writing, "Thanks for covering my shift," is scribbled onto one of them, alongside a red kiss mark. As Dr. Howard's hand nears the photo, he pulls it back and stands upward. The space around him has shifted. In the place of the small darkened room is a large, open 2-story exhibit hall. The space extends in either direction. All the image captions are the same, so I'm just not going to read them. The space extends in either direction, featuring neoclassical architectural stylings. Light filters in through a skylight into an open and airy interior. The floors and decorative elements appear to be finely polished white marble. In one direction, the space branches into several passageways. The other contains various statues, ceramics, and stonework art pieces displayed along the ground floor and overhead mezzanine level. The camera approaches one of the nearby works, a broken waist-high reddish urn decorated in geometric patterns.
Anomalous refrigeration device. Akkadian. I know this, John.
Dr. Howard peers further along the hallway.
I know all of these.
Dr. Howard continues down the hallway, examining each of the displayed items in turn. They range vastly in apparent cultural origin, age, and composition. He stops before a small ceramic carving of a crocodile.
The room had items I had used or lived with while working there, while I was young and in love. And these are all the objects I worked with, found, cataloged, studied. This space is a portfolio of my work. Well, without me. I'd never arranged something like this. The display is disjointed, unfocused.
I've seen your office, Lucas. Dr. Howard continues walking down the hallway, occasionally pausing to examine the displays or looking up towards the elevated level.
That's a private space. It only needs to work for me. This is public, set up for a visitor, one who'd misconstrue the history, the relations, or lack thereof.
Dr. Howard passes one of the pillars, and a previously hidden sculpture comes into view. Its body is roughly humanoid with a rounded torso, abruptly terminating limbs, and a bloated head with ornate facial markings. The camera jostles and falls backwards. Dr. Howard's arm is visible, placed on the floor to support himself. It remains there for a moment before Dr. Howard stands up and leans against the nearby pillar. Lucas, we heard you scream and the video went to shit. What the hell was that? Dr. Howard's voice is shaky, and he takes several deep breaths before speaking.
John, remember what you told me not to do when we first met? You were trying to find a new home for an SCP, and I went around your back for approval to take a sample before it was shipped overseas. I blinked.
Jesus, Lucas, and you're...
Not dead. Yeah, I am.
You are not dead, or you are dead? Please clarify. Dr. Howard walks towards the statue, whose arms stretch out towards him. The camera is angled slightly off-center, providing a partial view of the colored facial markings stained into the object.
This place is pulling things together, but it's all innate. It's not real.
Dr. Howard places one hand on the shoulder of the statue.
You're not real.
Dr. Howard shoves the statue sideways. As it falls, the head strikes the ground first, detaching from the torso and rolling towards the wall. It stops moving upon impact. Lucas, hang on there for a moment. If this is from your memories, the rust on the tools, do you remember them like that?
John, frankly, I don't give a damn. I'm getting the hell out of here. Whatever game is being played, I'm not interested.
Dr. Howard walks quickly through the remainder of the exhibition space, pausing only at a large, partially incomplete series of carved stone tablets. As he approaches the far side of the hallway, a dark passageway becomes visible. Partially emerging from the shadow is a black shoe, appearing to be the pair of the other ones seen earlier. Dr. Howard pauses before continuing through the passageway. A flickering light can be seen that grows in intensity as he walks through a narrow, darkened corridor. The space opens into a decorative Egyptian revivalist theater, the decorative Egyptian revivalist theater previously encountered. Dr. Howard overlooks the space from a raised balcony. The shifting illumination is revealed to be caused by a large and growing fire, seemingly originated from the center of the stage. Plumes of black smoke reveal thread through the air, pooling on the ceiling and spilling outward. The blaze itself has crawled along, consuming the front row of the seating in the inferno. Tendrils of fire curl up one of the walls and the base of a decorative pillar.
No.
Despite the spreading fire, the theater screen remains intact. A projected image shows a small, sparsely decorated bedroom at night from the angle of the doorway. A candle within the flame partially illuminates a sleeping, nightgown-wearing individual. Lucas, you've got to get out. There was a door on your left. Lucas. In the lower left level of the theater, a woman stumbles out of the smoke. She's wearing a calf-length dress and holds a pair of high heels as she runs barefoot across the space, coughing and as the smoke whips around her. On the side of the theater, one of the decorative wooden pillars splinters in the heat. She turns to look at it as it falls towards her. She manages to dive to the side, but the crashing structure lands on her legs, pinning her to the carpeted floor.
Elizabeth!
Dr. Howard rushes to the edge of the balcony, gripping it with both hands. The camera leans over the railing, providing a closer view of the woman who looks towards the far wall of the theater. She cries out, but the words spoken, if any, are inaudible.
You bastard! You fucking bastard!
Dr. Howard slams his hand against the barrier before standing up on a nearby seat to climb over the railing. The camera faces down towards the theater floor for a moment before he vaults over the railing. As he vaults, the camera spins, briefly capturing an image of the movie screen, which shows the figure in bed, a middle-aged woman, awaking. Dr. Howard hits the floor of the theater, and impact jostles the camera. The footage cuts to black as the video transmission is lost. Dr. Howard does not respond to repeated attempts at radio contact. Addendum 7077.2, Exploration Log 3. Date June 23rd, 1960. Time 3:17 p.m. Note: after a period of radio silence, a groaning noise is transmitted from within SCP-7077. Contact with Dr. Howard is subsequently reestablished. Gave us quite the scare there, Lucas. You okay?
I jumped from the balcony. I think I hit my head pretty hard.
I saw that. Quite the performance.
Camera lens looks like it came loose. Let me just see if I can...
Video transmission resumes, initially directed towards Dr. Howard's face. A large bruise is visible on his left-hand side of his cheek. As he fumbles while reattaching it to the mount, the room becomes visible. The space is square with two-toned stone walls. The ceiling rises to a height of approximately 5 meters. Positioned against the nearby wall is an empty wooden chair. Dr. Howard limps towards the chair before plopping down on it. The camera is angled down towards his body.
This whole place, John. I'm tired. I don't want this. Any of this. It...
Easy, Lucas. It's gonna be okay. The lighting within the room shifts, darkening. As Howard straightens in the chair, the presence of a single waist-height pedestal in the center of the room is visible. Light emanates from the glass panel atop it, projecting a circular, hollow shadow on the ceiling.
Fuck you. I know what you're doing. It's not going to work.
I'm just trying to help.
These are my memories, my life. You're using it, showing it to me like it means something. Don't you think I know that? There's nothing here I haven't seen before, felt before. You think I'm what, going to break?
Dr. Howard stands up from the chair, ignoring Command's attempts to speak to him.
Well, tough luck. Everything, every single goddamn thing in my life I clawed out of the fucking ground, with hand and tooth and claw. Do you think I have regrets? Every fucking person on the planet does. But I made it. I got here. I dragged myself out of squalor. Everything you've shown me is mine. My pain. My accomplishments. Do you understand? This, your fiction, your desperate constructions, your hollow projections, is meaningless to me. I know how it ends.
Dr. Howard approaches the pedestal and looks down. On the illuminated surface is a worn, scuffed gold ring, a semi-precious green stone set upon the outside edge.
Smoke and mirrors. Shadows on the wall. That's all this is. I know your tricks now. They mean nothing to me.
Dr. Howard reaches towards the ring in the pedestal, pinching it between his thumb and forefinger.
I am in control here.
Instantaneously, the space is bathed in an influx of light. The ring is heard to fall and clatters to the pedestal as Dr. Howard reflexively bends forward and covers his eyes. When he stands back up, two overlapping videos are projected on the ceiling. Note, footage recovered depicts the series of images. Footage recovered depicts these series of images running concurrently. Following stylized text is meant to account for both simultaneously. I don't know if I should do like the red and then the blue or go back and forth. I guess I'll just go back and forth.
I think it should be, because it's presented as alternating, it seems to me that it's trying its best to play two movies simultaneously. I think we should just read it straight down.
It's fair. The camera faces upwards within a poorly lit room. It is dark, small, and sparsely decorated. The footage moves to one side, and a face reflected in a mirror on the bedside table comes into the frame. The woman in the mirror appears to be mid-50s, with a tall, angular facial structure and closed, deep-set eyes. She is wearing a white nightgown. Beside the mirror on the table is a small ring. The image appears to stumble forward unsteadily, bobbing and moving side to side. Much of the frame is obscured by rolling clouds of black smoke. Eventually, the camera returns, briefly revealing the stylized theater space encountered by Dr. Howard within SCP-7077. Flickering light from behind the camera, as well as the ample smoke, cause particularities of the space to be hard to identify. A doorway is briefly visible on the far side of the image. The camera shifts downwards, looking towards the corner of the room where a small pile of rags are visibly bloodied. It then turns to a wooden doorway in the periphery where a small humanoid figure is partially visible. The figure steps out towards the camera and is revealed to be a boy in his early teens. He wears washed-out pajamas with signs of stitching and repair. As the footage approaches the doorway, stumbling occasionally, its perspective turns suddenly. The wooden base of the decorative pillar splinters and crackles before coming loose, and the entire structure falls quickly towards the camera, which attempts to move out of the way. Vision is temporarily obscured by a displaced cloud of dust and ash. As the child steps towards the light of the candle, a large bruise is visible along the left-hand side of his face, and a small diagonal cut trails along the welt towards and across the child's lips. He walks to the bed and from his side raises a kitchen knife towards the camera. As the smoke and visual debris clear, the camera reveals the lower body of a person wearing a soot-stained dress, whose legs are pinned beneath the fallen pillar. A pair of black high heels are scattered beside her. The individual looks around the space as the fire from the rubble ignites part of the carpet. Towards the door, another human figure comes into view. Their features are indiscernible, but their body is positioned towards the camera. Two voices cry out, "Lucas!" the two separate images overlap, becoming indistinguishable. A collection of movements and shapes without any clear relation to one another or narrative sequence. The footage concluded with the undulating movements of a substance resembling both liquid and gas moving in 3 dimensions. As the footage ends, the wall of the room appeared to dissipate into a vast space, extending beyond sight in all directions. A grid of identical pedestals occupies the expanse, each possessing an illuminated surface casting a light upwards, projecting the shadowed outline of thousands of rings in chainmail pattern repeating across the endless ceiling. Dr. Howard silently follows a meandering path through the array of pedestals. Each one displays a unique ring, varying in size, material, and style. He remains silent for a time before sitting down against one of the displays. Dr. Howard removes a handkerchief from his pocket and coughs into it, revealing red stains as he puts it away. Lord, Lucas, between your ranting radio silence and whatever that was, what the hell is going on?
Did you see?
I'm not sure what I should have seen first.
I didn't know either. Not for all my life did I know what to see, or how to see it. I didn't see it when I slashed my mother's throat in the night, as if in the harem conspiracy. I didn't see it when I ran away from our house in the cold dark, buying an old mule with the meager coins I nabbed to leave for the city, for a newer life. And when Elizabeth suffocated in smoke and flames, I still didn't see it.
Lucas.
I needed it reflected back at me. Not a mirror, but a series of mirrors. Reflections bouncing off one another and culminating in something almost like infinity. How could I have known? How could I have known what my mother thought of our living situation? What it put her through? What all my actions put everyone through, indefinitely cascading in impact?
Lucas, what the hell are you talking about?
It's not my memories, John. Not mine alone, anyways. It's a web that has no beginning or end, and it continues on and loops back on itself, strung between these idle things. There's no end to it, no comprehension.
Dr. Howard coughs violently into his handkerchief. Blood stains are visible.
When I signed up for this mission, I knew I didn't have much time left, John. You and I, we're not the spry youths we used to be. Our bodies have wrinkled and fractaled in on themselves. And across all that time, all I wanted to do was die alone, without having to consider my ghosts. Look where I am now.
Dr. Howard laughs and continues coughing into their handkerchief.
The best thing I can do now is see a little outside my own bubble.
He reaches for his audio-visual communication device.
Maybe I can see where the constellations meet.
Contact is lost. Addendum 7077.3. Recovery efforts immediately ensued following lost contact with Dr. Howard. Mobile task force members sent to SCP-7077 discovered a space completely different than that recorded in Addendum 7077.2, albeit displaying the same rough properties. Agents could not retrieve Dr. Howard or any items on his person. 23 days after Dr. Howard's loss of connection, his individual recording device forcibly ejected from SCP-7077's entrance. The contraption waterlogged and covered in sand. Recovery personnel carefully retrieved footage from the device, revealing a hitherto unseen exploration log. See transcribed video below. Okay. Addendum 7077.3, Exploration Log 004. Date, unknown. Time, unknown. Note, video was retrieved without audio. All right. Camera catches the recorder mid-fall, tumbling into a patch of sand. As the recorder looks up, the camera faces the sea on a beach at night, the sand faintly lit from an unseen light source. The metallic frames of the skylight soar over the area, indeterminate in size and height. In the sky beyond, thin lines of light pulsate between stars. The distinction between the black ocean and dark sky blurs at the horizon. An emaciated hand, presumably that of Dr. Howard, reaches past the camera towards the sand. Dr. Howard attempts to pick himself up, but kneels down before succeeding, making several heaving motions. Eventually, he rises to his feet and starts walking to the sea. The rippling water lacks distinction from the placid ocean around it, obscuring the point at which Dr. Howard fully enters the water. Around 7 minutes, A pale light shines in the distance. The illumination makes the seafloor surrounding Dr. Howard evident. He continues walking until a massive structure comes into view, indeterminate from the camera's distance. Dr. Howard starts walking quicker and more irregularly, attempting to reach the structure. Eventually, Dr. Howard reaches close enough to the structure that the camera can perceive its design. It is an exact replica of SCP-7077. The light source reveals itself, a shining light within the SCP-7077's replica's interior. Dr. Howard stops briefly. He slowly looks back to the one to where he had come from, completely absent of light, and faces the structure again. As he approaches SCP-7077, the light within grows ever brighter. The luminescence almost completely blocks the camera's view. Dr. Howard enters the anteroom, the walls glowing. A wooden door rests at the back. He places his hand on the door and pushes. The film tears. So, story's cool. I like the whole like memory museum type situation. I do feel like it needed some like another round of maybe some review, a little bit of like maybe more edits. There's a lot of words that like just a few times where things weren't spelled correctly or weren't the right words, right tenses, right prefixes, suffixes, etc. But other than that, yeah, I like it.
Yeah. Overall, a nice little adventure. Yeah. Gave you those kind of afterlifey vibes in a Indiana Jones exploration vibes that started as soon as I saw the opening picture. And our happy bow-tie doctor, or not so happy bow-tie doctor here.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I mean, no major things to note. It's definitely an upvote for me. Just like I said, it didn't. It did need a little bit of revision. That's my only thing.
Little cleanup, but competent, gets the job done.
Absolutely.
Interesting concept, and the story has me guessing.
For sure. It's an upvote. And we are on to the next one.
All right, we just got a share tweet from Dr. Asteria because we're reading this now and they know it, so.
Share tweet. Okay.
All right, what is Dr. Asteria's SCP-7771 called?
What 7771 you said?
That's correct.
All right. It is 7771. It is As Luck Would Have It. That's in the title.
And a little wider. That should do it. Good. All right, so Dr. Asteria and Wiser Than You. Overwatch Command Warning. The file you are attempting to access is restricted to those with level 6 clearance only. If you have found this document in error, you now have 60 seconds before deployment of lethal auditory visual cognitohazards. Otherwise, please enter your secure phrase. Does the black moon howl? Not for fear of waking the sun. Secure phrase accepted. Accessing. Welcome, 057. Ooh, I like how the background scrolls behind this little imagey thing.
Yeah, I was just noting it's very nicely done. The whole theme, like the theme implementation stuff, looks good.
Notice from the Records and Information Security Administration. The following document is in the process of deletion, pending a vote by the O5 Council. No further edits may be made until the vote is resolved. Item number SCP-7771. Classification Level 6. Cosmic Top Secret. Containment Class Flor Galana. Secondary Class Eparch. Disruption Class Dark. Risk Class Critical. Special Containment Procedures. As of May the 6th, or June the 5th, depending, 2005, containment procedures are no longer in force. See Addendum 7777.2. Description: SCP-7771 is a non-anomalous abstract concept used to explain the likelihood, or lack thereof, of any given event. While numerous predictable factors affect the probability of a given event, the sum of their effect adds a degree of uncertainty that cannot be accurately predicted. The common term for this concept and the associated uncertainty is luck. Addendum 77771.1 Emergency Overseer Conference. March 1st, 2005. Parties present. Overseer Council. Forward. On January 1st and 2nd, 2005, a series of extremely unlikely and technical failures within Sites 19 and 77 resulted in cascading containment breaches in both sites, a combined total of over 100 casualties and fatalities, and the narrow prevention of a K-class scenario resulting from the breaches. In the aftermath of these events, an emergency overseer meeting was called to discuss possible methods of preventing similarly improbable and unfortunate events in the future. Odds and evens, you typically do odds, right?
Yep, that's fine. I'll do that. That's good.
All right, I'll be the evens.
All right. As I'm sure you've all read up on the events of the last 72 hours, today's meeting has one purpose: to decide on a course of action to prevent disasters of this scale from happening again. But the disasters were averted. The problem is that they almost happened, 9, and we barely avoided a broken masquerade in the aftermath. Or worse. In any case, most of the problems and similar problems we've experienced over the last year weren't caused by human error and just natural factors we have little to no control over. We can't control the weather, for example.
We could, just not practically.
How are we supposed to mitigate the risk further than we already have? We funnel as many resources as we can to training and containment technology, and a simple policy change can't account for random chance. I have a proposition.
There was a pause in discussion.
Well, spit it out, 5. The very nature of our organization's work is to contain the uncontainable, to hide away the most dangerous objects this universe has to offer. Your point being, our work is by definition unlucky. The more Keter-class anomalies we cram into a site, the more they'll eventually break out.
The O5s murmur in agreement.
Sorry, I just realized I'm just reading. There's so many odds in this. Okay.
Yeah, there are no evens. All right, how about we switch it up then? I'll keep 12 because he's the only other even number here.
Sure.
I think just do it as is. We're almost to the end.
Yeah, no,
it's
fine. It's fine. Yeah. We already have fail-safes and backups, 5, nuclear warheads and highly trained security personnel, AICs and emergency response systems. Exactly my point. As 10 said, we could control the odds, just not practically. So we'll need some help. What exactly are you proposing, 5? We have already bent the natural walls of this universe to our whim for the purposes of our organization. I propose we commandeer another cosmic force.
You're not saying.
I see my dear 12 has already figured it out. We have bent death to our will. Why stop there? If we could somehow manipulate the odds outside of a few policy changes and equipment upgrades, we could make Site 19 invincible no matter how many Keters we stuff into it. 5. You're proposing we contain Lady Luck herself. Precisely. 1. If we can't control the amount of times we roll the dice, then we have to get the odds on our side. The house always wins.
The O5s discuss.
This is absurd. 5. We absolutely cannot alter a non-anomalous law of the universe. And if this little project goes haywire, what then?
We have exclusionary sites for a reason, 9. The O5s discuss louder.
Silence! 5. Assemble a research team and have them draft a proposal. We will not vote on it until you have something more concrete than change the odds. Fair enough.
End transcript. Afterward. Potential means of achieving this goal were devised and compiled in project proposal Loaded Dice, detailed below. Addendum 7771.2 Project Proposal. Project Loaded Dice. Purpose: to develop a method of reliable artificial probability manipulation to the benefit of the Foundation. Abstract: Foundation policy has historically focused on preventing and mitigating accidents and disasters through redundancy, fail-safes, and personnel protocol rather than altering the fundamental probability of unfavorable events. Certain contained anomalies are capable of such probability manipulation, proving it to be possible and capable of directly affecting Foundation operations. Method: the primary focus of Project Loaded Dice is the study, utilization, and replication of anomalies capable of altering probability or luck. Research Area 8 is to be established within 250 kilometers of Site 1. The research and experimentation involved in the Project Loaded Dice are to take place exclusively at this area. Temporary housing and containment facilities are to be built for all personnel, humanoid anomalies, and objects used in the project. A substantial budget is to be at the project's disposal until its success or failure as deemed by the O5 Council. Any anomalies required for the project are to be approved for transfer from other Foundation facilities. O5 Council vote. January 9th, 2005. Proposal: approve Project Loaded Dice as submitted by O55. Council vote summary: mostly yay, with nays from 9 and 13 and abstains from 8 and 10. Status: passed. Result: proposal approved. Addendum 7771.3 Containment Attempts. Attempt 1. Method: SCP-503, the luckiest man in the world. Footnote: a human possessing an anomalous tendency toward short-term fortune and survival, but long-term misfortune. Observations: attempts to study and replicate SCP-503's effects have been made throughout the span of its containment. SCP-503 is to be immediately transported to Foundation sites believed to be under imminent threat of mass containment breach or destruction. Result: no attempts to reverse engineer or replicate SCP-503's effects have been successful. Usage of SCP-503 as means of affecting luck of endangered sites halted after Site-47's emergency failsafes experience unexpected failure during a containment breach, allowing SCP-503 to survive, but allowing multiple aggressive entities to escape the site entirely. Attempt 2. Method: SCP-738, the Devil's Deal. Footnote: a desk that, when a person sits in front of it, manifests an invisible entity that offers to make a deal with the person seated in front of the desk. This deal is almost always at great personal cost to the person making it. Observations: SCP-738 was asked, what would you want in exchange for the safety of all Foundation sites and personnel and the prevention of all scenarios that directly endanger them without altering normalcy or consensus reality? Result: price stated to be the human capacity for self-determination. Price deemed unacceptable. Attempt number 3. Method: SCP-2719, inside. Footnote: objects and concepts acted upon by SCP-2719 will either go or become inside. This allows direct interactions of abstract concepts. Pointer: good luck. Outcome: became inside. Pointer: SCP Foundation, became inside. Good luck, became inside. SCP Foundation, became inside. Back and forth and back and forth. Final result: good luck, outside. Trat. Attempt number 4. Method: SCP-5655, exactly the kind of genie you'd expect to find in an empty can of Spam. Footnote: a reality-bending humanoid that attempts to grant any wishes given to it, although often only in a loose sense. Observations: SCP-5655-1 was given the request, I wish for a method of increasing the SCP Foundation's luck and protection from misfortune. Result: SCP-5655-1 produced a 4-leaf clover. Attempt 5. Hypothetical Probability Manipulator Device. Observations: Project Fortune's Favor, an existing attempt to create a device capable of manipulating probability and functioning in a similar manner to a Scranton Reality Anchor or Zyank Anastasakos Constant Temporal Sync, was given additional funding and staff. Result: no force, interaction, or particle has been discovered that is related to or directly affects probability. Research ongoing. Attempt number 6. Method: SCP-2305. Great ideas that are totally useless. Lulz. Footnote. A sheaf of papers describing hypothetical anomaly neutralization attempts carried out by the Foundation, always ending in failure with a, quote, moral of the story. Observations. Item number, SCP-7771. Object class, Keter. Proposed neutralization method. Manipulation of SCP-0001, Swan. Footnote. Pataphysical entities capable of determining the narrative of our universe. Entities is executed via combination of amnestics and non-lethal mimetic agents. Result of neutralization attempt. SCP-000-Swan entities are compelled to create events with an absolute certainty to happen/not happen to the benefit of the Foundation. However, due to suddenly having to deal in universal absolutes, SCP-001-Swan entities are overwhelmed in having to manage other minor events such as nuclear fission rather than continuing human consciousness. This causes an EK class end of human consciousness scenario, which eventually develops into a ZK class reality failure scenario. The moral of the story, writer's block sucks, please take breaks. Result, neutralization method not attempted. 107 additional attempts available in experiment log H7771. Overwatch command. Warning, please enter your alternate secure phrase for further reading. Reminder that failure to enter the correct phrase will result in deployment of Mobile Task Force Alpha 1, codename Red Right Hand, to your location. The house always wins. Enter. Secure phrase accepted. Addendum 7771.4. Pre-vote Overseer Conference. May 19th, 2005. Parties present. Overseer Council, Sans 057. Forward. After the unlikely death of 057, the Overseers were assembled for yet another emergency meeting to discuss a replacement. Scanning down, I see 10 and 12. I see 4. All right, this one's more even in odds. We're fair now. Go ahead.
That sounds good. All right. I'm sure this won't be news to many of you. 057 has been terminated.
What? How?
According to her staff, she was forced to postpone her daily, quote, fortification ritual by a couple of minutes due to an attack on the Chaos Insurgency. Alpha 1 swiftly dealt with them, but by pure chance, she suffered a heart attack during that time. Well, bring her back.
We could, however, Five and I have devised a way to take advantage of her rather extended leave of absence. 055 distributes a document to the other members. What's this?
This is an internal dossier on POI 777, a humanoid being possessing significant psychokinetic abilities. Footnote. It's not loading in for me. It's just a 7. Is there footnote 7? For some reason, I'm not getting it.
Footnote, probability manipulation.
I gotta scroll back up. Yeah, for some reason, it wasn't loading for me. All right. Coincidentally, her real name is Pantalina Tyke. And your little pet project would benefit gravity from her? Why should we care?
055 glances at 0512. She's classified as an apex tier pluripotent entity.
Why haven't we heard of her before? My staff have been watching her for some time, though we chose to keep it secret.
After all, it would be much more difficult to convince you all to allow a skip as a member of the Overseers.
A member? That's right, one. You want to give an all-powerful being a seat at this table? Are you insane?
Yes.
Precisely. To which question? Why should we do this? You've had risky ideas before, but giving a god full security clearance and a say in all of our major decisions is begging for trouble. Your project also hasn't produced any favorable results, 5. By all means, we can shut your project down right now.
Do you have a better idea, 3? If we can get her on our side, we could solve countless problems facing us. It's just a matter of convincing her to help. And if she isn't convinced...
We have other methods. How do you even intend to convince her? 5 and 12?
By doing what we do with every god we mess with. We play on her hubris.
And we make a bet with Lady Luck. How will you win?
The same way as always, of course. Cheating. And transcript. Addendum 7771.5. 05 Council Vote. May 19th, 2005. Proposal. Recruit person of interest 777 and instate her in the position of 057. Council vote summary. 058 abstains. 057 cannot vote, is dead. 05's 1, 2, 9, and 13 nay, and the rest say yay, so the status is passed. Result, proposal approved. Addendum 7771.6. Person of interest 777, internal dossier. Designation, person of interest 777. Name, Pantelina Taiki. Last seen, June 4th, 2005. Confirmed anomalous abilities. Extreme probability manipulation, extrasensory perceptions and awareness. Footnote. While POI 777 is not omniscient, her abilities still grant her knowledge of events happening wherever she is focused, regardless of distance. Class redacted ontokinetic abilities, unconfirmed. Indefinite lifespan, footnote. Similar yet distinct from immortality, as while the subject no longer ages, they can still be terminated through other means. At-will creation of CK class restructuring scenarios, presumed. Picture, POI 777, Pantelina Taiki, circa 1902. Description, POI 777 is a humanoid being of Greek descent. Estimated to have been born around 3000 BCE, POI 777 is believed to be the Greek goddess Tyche, or the being the mythology is based on. Person of interest 777 has seemingly total control over the probability of events, even being able to, quote, will events into happening. Observations of POI 777 seem to suggest she has influence over events happening universe-wide, being able to intervene if she so chooses. In essence, POI 777 is capable of nearly anything she desires by simply manipulating the odds of an event happening to be absolutely certain. As such, POI 777 is considered extremely dangerous. June 4th, 2005. Parties present. 05 redacted. POI 777, assumed name Pantelina Taiki. Command, 5 members of Mobile Task Force Alpha 1, red right hand. We forward. Below is the Foundation's first interaction with POI 777. We have Command, 05, POI, Croupier, accompanying player. And
then farther down we have just the same. Yeah, it's casino security as well.
They're playing cards, so
yeah.
Or they're playing roulette or something.
Yeah, sorry, Descabalta Clef. I know that's his. He said he doesn't hear that enough at work.
All right, so how about you take the POI and the croupier?
Sure.
And I'll handle the 05 and the accompanying player.
Perfect.
Begin transcript. 05 redacted, accompanied by 5 members of Mobile Task Force Alpha 1, codename Right Hand, arrives at the redacted casino in Las Vegas, Nevada. The 6 of them are dressed in black suits with concealed weapons.
Be command. Roulette tables, high limit area.
Copy. 055 nods to the Mobile Task Force members, who then disperse to other nearby tables to observe 05 redacted. 05 redacted arrives at a roulette table. Standing at the table is person of interest 777, dressed in a floor-length purple dress with golden jewelry. She is accompanied by various players. Her winnings total 1.5 million. The croupier places a ball on the wheel. Come on, come on, come on, lucky 22.
Oh, please. My luck has to run out at some point. Maybe you'll actually win for once. 27 red.
Fuck! No.
Oof. I guess not.
The croupier takes the pile of chips on the table and hands POI 777 1.75 million in chips. The accompanying player places his head in his hands. Oh, God. Oh, God.
Hey, cheer up. Maybe you'll hit a hot streak at some point.
You've been saying that for the last 12 spins.
All right. Tough break, then.
The accompanying player storms off in frustration. 05 redacted then stands at the table next to POI 777. The two share a smile. He trades $100,000 in chips and places 25 grand of it on the red. The croupier spins the wheel. You know, some say that people are just born unlucky.
Hmm?
Or they believe certain numbers are lucky. I don't quite believe that.
That's so. 35 black.
The croupier takes the pile of chips on the table. Of course, luck doesn't exist. It's simply how our feeble human minds deal with mathematical probabilities. I lost my bet not because I was unlucky, but because of the slight movements in the dealer's fingers when he rolls the ball and spins the wheel, or the tiny discrepancies in the air temperature around the ball, creating different magnitudes of air resistance. O5 Redacted places another $15,000 on 18 red. POI 777 placed 25 grand on 2 black. The croupier spins the wheel.
Sure, luck may only exist in concept, but you really don't believe that some people or things are more prone to these imperceptible differences?
The expected probability of landing heads on a coin flip is 50%. Yet, flip a coin 10, 100, 1,000, even a million times, and it won't be exactly 50-50. Those people just happen to land in the groups of 36 heads or 64 tails.
2 black.
The croupier takes the pile of chips on the table and hands POI 777 $875,000 in chips. Like I did just now. POI 777 smirks. By chance, those people, those numbers, those superstitions, they prime our brains into making connections. That's what our brains do best. And once you realize that luck doesn't exist at all, and that it's all about percentages and normal distribution, you get pretty comfortable testing the odds. O5 Redacted places 50 grand on 13 black. POI 777 places 500,000 on 7 red. The croupier spins the wheel.
It's not all math, is it though?
How so?
I bet I can convince you. 00.
The croupier takes the pile of chips on the table. You lost.
That I did. You bet 7 and I'll bet 13 this time.
O5 Redacted places his remaining chips, 10,000 on 7 red. Person of interest 777 places 500k on 13 black. The croupier spins the wheel.
Now watch.
The ball rolls seemingly randomly around the wheel. As the ball slows down, POI 777 makes a gesture with her fingers and takes a sip of her drink in front of O5 Redacted. The ball lands in a slot.
13 black.
The croupier takes a pile of chips on the table and hands person of interest 777 $17.5 million in chips. Coincidence.
Maybe. But it sure is damn coincidental I won the one time we switched bets. I made a gesture and I took a sip of my drink.
You're not saying.
I'd like to cash out now. Yes, ma'am. Why don't we go get a drink?
The croupier hands person of interest 777 a ticket for her winnings.
Thank you.
I don't believe I've gotten your name.
It's Tyke.
Charmed. I'm data expunged.
A pleasure.
Shall we? O5 Redacted and person of interest 777 proceed to leave the table in the direction of the casino bar and lounge. Mobile Task Force Alpha 1 follows closely.
You see, Mr. Data Expunged, luck isn't entirely a man-made concept. A man of science like yourself would see it that way, no doubt. Things in this world aren't always exactly as they seem. Data expunged. There are things that cannot be explained. Maybe even special people out there with special powers. The myths of old have to be explained by something.
I'll believe it when I see it. Even then, everything can be explained with science. If not, then it's an unknowable law of the cosmos that us humans must accept we'll never know.
That is not the nature of humanity. Humans must know everything. For example,
Gestures towards a slot machine. The player at the slot machine, person of interest 777 gestured towards, immediately wins the maximum prize listed on the machine.
or
Gestures again towards a game of craps. The shooter at the game rolls snake eyes, which result in a defeated groans at the table.
anomalous ability.
That's
command.
you. Sorry, I forgot.
Sorry. Anomalous abilities confirmed. 05 redacted. Even the fact that gestures.
All 5 members of Mobile Task Force Alpha 1 simultaneously bump into 5 separate waiters holding drinks.
I now know where your men are.
After assisting the waiters, Mobile Task Force Alpha 1 makes their way towards O5 Redacted and Person of Interest 777, procuring their concealed weapons. Stand down. Do not engage. Mobile Task Force Alpha 1 stops.
Now, Mr. Data expunged. If my memory is correct, you, quote, do not believe in luck?
O51 is silent.
Why would a, quote, man of science like yourself be accompanied by 5 military-trained guards to talk with some random lady at a casino?
Disperse. Mobile Task Force Alpha 1 disperses through the crowd.
That's what I thought. What is it you want, O5 Redacted?
End transcript. Afterward. Initial contact between O5 Redacted and Person of Interest 777 successful.
Yeah, it's all part of the grift.
Addendum 7771.7. Containment attempts continued. Attempt number 113. Method see below. Begin transcript. O5 Redacted and Person of Interest 777 are seated in a booth in the very back of the casino bar and lounge. O5 Redacted is drinking a glass of whiskey neat, while Person of Interest 777 enjoys a lemon ouzo cocktail. O5 Redacted's earpiece is placed on the table between the two of them.
Certainly kind of you to treat me with a cocktail before whatever interrogation is about to happen.
O5 Redacted is silent.
I know your men are still around. I happen to see them in the reflection of your glasses.
I represent an organization known as the SCP Found.
I know who you are, jailer. Do you think this is the first I've heard of your so-called foundation?
Referencing SCP-3480, O5 Redacted takes a sip from his drink.
Of course you do. I expect nothing less from a man with your ego.
Then you know what we're trying to accomplish, yes?
Of course. You intend to use my powers for your own benefit.
It's a bit more complicated than that.
Then do tell.
Like us or hate us, we are the last line of defense against this world's downfall. If you aren't aware, the world almost ended a few months ago.
I knew that.
Then why didn't you use your powers to stop it? It was caused by pure chance. We weren't even at fault for it.
Because, unlike you, I do not pervert the natural course of this world with what or how I think things should be. Humans are capable of incredible things, but they fail to realize they are insignificant speck in the unknowable cosmos you claim to believe in and impose your will on.
POI 777 takes a sip from her cocktail.
And as far as I can tell, there's only one God at this table.
The two sit in silence. A lot of talk from someone we found manipulating the odds to get rich.
I hardly believe defrauding a casino is at all equivalent to the modus operandi of your organization. Besides, a goddess gets bored.
An entire civilization dedicated altars to you, performed rituals in your name. Many were devoted to you. They created art, stories, offerings. The mythology they wrote about you is still being told thousands of years later today. You really don't think that too contributes to an inflated ego? POI 777 glares at O5 Redacted. Your powers cause you to cease aging, but you can still die. And frankly, with a lifespan as long as yours, I bet a bit of luck had to do with keeping you alive. I assure you, your luck will run out. POI 777 is silent for a few moments before bursting into uncontrollable laughter. This goes on for a few minutes to the annoyance of O5 Redacted.
Wait. I'm so sorry. My luck? Me? The goddess of fortune? I will run out of luck? That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
POI 777 continues laughing for a few more minutes before finally calming down.
Come on. Let's get this over with. Well, I have some more games to play. What is it you want?
If you join our organization, you will have a seat at the council. You will get to make decisions on how to keep this world living, as well as many unimaginable benefits.
Sorry, not interested.
We can ensure your continued existence.
No matter how effective of an organization like yours is, this universe will come to an end eventually. Even if you last until then, if there is nothing left for you, there is nothing left for me.
Please. POI-77 begins to stand up.
Thank you for the drink, but I have to get going now.
Then you leave me no choice. A boon. POI-777 sits back down. I want a boon.
Win by persuasion, not by force.
And did that go so well? POI-777 is silent. A bet. I want to make a bet.
Ha, your funeral.
O5 Redacted is silent.
Oh, you're serious? Okay, what kind of bet?
A game.
There are plenty around us. What will it be? Roulette? Blackjack? Craps?
O5 Redacted produces a Smith & Wesson revolver from his jacket pocket, just far enough for POI-777 to see. Russian roulette. POI-777 appears shocked and dumbfounded. Don't worry, you're not playing. O5 Redacted loads one bullet and hands the gun to POI-777. You can check that the gun is indeed loaded. POI-777 examines the chamber and hands the gun back.
That it is.
The rules of the bet are simple. After every trigger pull against my head, I will load in another bullet and spin the chamber. You are free to manipulate the odds as you see fit. If I survive until the end, you have to join the council and help us. If I don't, well, you know. The game ends when the gun goes off.
You're mad.
Maybe. O5 Redacted offers his hand for a handshake. Do we have a deal? POI-777 hesitates before shaking O5 Redacted's hand. Footnote. Mobile Task Force Alpha 1 reported the local Hume level suddenly rising by approximately 20 Humes at this moment before dissipating to normal.
Deal.
O5 Redacted spins the chamber and pulls back the hammer. O5 Redacted puts the barrel of the gun to his head and hesitates for a few moments. Here goes. O5 Redacted pulls the trigger. The gun does not fire. O5 Redacted breathes a sigh of relief.
I was going easy on you.
O5 Redacted loads another bullet and hands the gun to POI-777, who examines it and hands it back. O5 Redacted spins the chamber and pulls back the hammer. He pulls the barrel to his head and pulls the trigger. The gun does not fire.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Getting pretty lucky, huh? O5 Redacted loads another bullet and hands the gun to POI-77, who examines it and hands it back. O5 Redacted spins the chamber, pulls back the hammer, puts the barrel to his head, and pulls the trigger. The gun fires.
Son of a bitch.
But in Greek.
Yes. I don't know how to pronounce that, so I wasn't going to try.
The bullet exits O5 Redacted's skull and lands in the wall to his side. He collapses onto the table, blood pooling from the entrance and exit wound. Visible burns are seen around the entrance wound, while skull fragments and brain matter dots the wall to his side. Mobile Task Force Alpha 1 and various casino security personnel arrive quickly to POI-777's location. Most patrons have fled the scene, but some are gathered around.
Am I casino security too?
What the hell happened?
I don't know. We were just talking and suddenly he put a gun to his head.
Someone call 911. Stay there. You're not going anywhere.
Well, but I didn't do anything.
I said stay there. O5 Redacted's finger twitches as he lets out a raspy groan. This guy's still alive. The security guard runs to O5 Redacted's side and helps him. Hey, are you okay? What's your name? Oh, I won. What?
That's not possible. The game's over. No, you lost.
Two members of Alpha 1 walk up to the scene and push the security guard out of the way. Hey, what the fuck, man? Alpha 1 picks up O5 Redacted by the shoulders. O5 Redacted is able to bring his head up to face POI-777. Blood drains from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. They told me they were fake.
I knew that. I willed.
I survived. Didn't I? POI-777 stares blankly.
Oh, you bastard. More Greek. Asshole.
Alpha 1 starts dragging O5 Redacted out of the casino. We'll be in contact. See you soon, jailer. All members of Alpha 1 don gas masks. A mask is placed on O5 Redacted, and POI 777 is offered one too. She puts it on. POI 777 glares at O5 Redacted as they leave. Class amnestics and sedatives in gaseous form are disseminated through the casino vents. Panic ensues as patrons attempt and fail to flee due to the doors being locked. All within the building succumb to its effects. Alpha 1 and O5 Redacted exit the casino as Mobile Task Force Alpha 45, codenamed Janitors, arrives. End transcript. Result: 057 was found by Mobile Task Force Alpha 45 outside the casino. She was given an earpiece connected to Foundation secure frequencies and told to await further instructions. 05 Redacted was treated with SCP Redacted for his injuries. Addendum 7771.8 057's first meeting. June 8th, 2005. Parties present, Overseer Council. Forward, the Overseer's Council meeting with the newly appointed 057. And it seems like we have at least a decent membership by 12.
Yeah. 12, 6, 8, I see.
Okay, cool.
Still mostly odds. I don't know why the evens are so quiet in this one.
All right. How about I cover the evens as well as 3?
Sure. Yeah. I'm gonna have to like make a little reference for myself so that I keep the voices consistent. It's hard to keep track.
I really need to write out a list of all the 05s and what voice I use for their numbers.
Yeah, I've been thinking the same thing. I thought it last week too. I was like, you know what? Might as well. All right. Where are 5 and 7?
Be patient, one. They're arriving shortly.
Well, you and 5's little experiment isn't boding much confidence in me. We took a huge risk with her, and it better pay off.
I assure you it will. The doors to the room open, revealing 055 and 7.
My apologies, everyone. 7 had a bit of trouble finding the entrance.
057 is dressed in an off-white business suit with purple tie. She wears golden earrings and hair pieces, with her hair pulled into a bun. She is visibly disgruntled and has her arms crossed. The two walk towards the table. 057. 5 has told us a lot about you. I'm 0512. 0512 offers to shake hands with -7, but she refuses. Right. This is 1 and 2. Gestures. 052 nods while 051 does not. This is 3 and 4. Gestures. Hello. 054 raises their hand. 057 does not acknowledge their greetings. This is 6, 8, and 9. You have some big shoes to fill, hun. And you may be a few sizes too small. 059 gives a simple wave. Lastly, this is 10, 11, and 13. Gestures. 0510 does not look up from her documents. 0511 shares a smile. 0513 glares at 057. Welcome to the council.
Charmed. Please, have a seat.
057 sits between 056 and 8. A moment of awkward silence is shared by the council. Right, so 7 has been brought onto the council to assist us in protecting the Foundation from harm.
Brought on? You mean tricked, right?
Excuse me? All council members turn to look at 057.
I'm only here because of the boon I'm forced to give 05 Redacted. You can't say I'm here willingly.
With all due respect, 7, a few of us voted against your appointment to the council. Oh, sorry. Darn.
With all due respect, 7, a few of us voted against your appointment to the council. For some of us, this isn't willing either.
057 sneers at 051.
By all means, you are free to leave, though we can't say the alternative will be very pleasant. Oh, please, 13, give the poor girl a break. I'm just saying, what would you like to break that boon, 7? No. Good. If you two are done, I would like to remind you that we have an extremely important business to attend to. Personal matters can wait. 11. The Amnestics Production Committee says we're running low on Class E, even though they used significantly less than Class A or even Class C. SCP Redacted has not been able to keep up with the demand for production since incident redacted. Why is that my concern? It's the job of the Council to see to all of the major problems the Foundation faces, not just the ones that interest us. As you were saying, 11, we can attempt to ramp up production of Y909, which will require additional D-class and more frequent executions of the Aztec protocol.
Data omitted for brevity. 057 is silent for the majority of the meeting as the other overseers discuss among themselves. She fidgets with her hair until coming to an abrupt stop. The U.S. Senate is liable to approve legislation that would restrict our ability to operate undercover within D.C. Suggestions? This year's midterm.
I could rig the odds to make sure it gets voted down no matter what. Bipartisanly, if needed.
3? That would be theoretically possible, but it would be a little suspicious if too many Republicans vote against it. I'll have my oversight committee look into it. 0512, elbows 13.
Thank you, 7.
055 and 057 share a smile. Data omitted for brevity. End transcript. Afterward, 057 integrated efficiently with Foundation command structure and began proactively working with the Council to solve problems. Project Loaded Dice is deemed a success by 05 redacted, 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 and redacted. June 17th, 2005. Addendum 7771.9. Actions taken by 057. June 17, 2005. Proposer 057. Proposal. Improve overall D-class living conditions, including 30 minutes of additional recreational time per day, access to drug rehabilitation at all sites housing a permanent D-class population, and expanding access to approved means of entertainment for all D-class with good behavior or better. Objective is to improve D-class morale and cooperation, reducing likelihood of riots and mutinies. We have 305 saying abstain, 4 that say nay, and the rest say yay, so that is status passed. Also, we're bolding 057 probably because it was their proposal. Status passed. Result, measure approved. Changes to be implemented beginning July 18th, 2005. I thought the dates were reversed earlier. June 19th, 2005. They're going back and forth. Proposer, Dr. Ramon Garcia. Project Loaded Dice Research Director. Proposal. Use SCP-181. Codename Lucky. Footnote. 13. A human possessing great personal luck, but passively increasing the probability of disaster around him. Use that anomaly's anomalous abilities to fund Foundation projects. Council vote. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 abstain. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 say nay. 3 approve. Status denied. Result. SCP-181 shall remain in containment. Date, July 15, 2005. 2. Oversight Committee for 057 from 057. Subject regarding cross-testing. Inform researchers that cross-testing will be significantly less restricted under my watch. So long as the proposal appears on my desk, I'll probably approve it. August 1st, 2005. Proposer 059. Proposal. Increase overall security budget by 15%, providing additional staff to on-site security teams, investing in upgraded internal surveillance cameras, and increasing mandatory training for security personnel by 30 hours. Council vote summary. 2 abstains. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 nays. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 yays. Status denied. Result, security budget remains at level set and overall budget approved on March 23rd, 2005. Date, August 19th, 2005. 2. Oversight Committee for 057 from 057. Subject, humanoid anomalies at site redacted. If they're uncooperative, then you have to get them to trust us. And if not that, get them to hate us. You can be a little more leisurely in your approval of personal items for the humanoid anomalies at least. The Foundation may be a prison, but we can't have it feel that way for the anomalies. Date, November 22nd, 2005. 2. Oversight Committee for 057 from 057. Subject, pay raises. Site redacted. Unfortunately, due to budget constraints brought on by several approved projects, the 2% pay raise for level 3 and greater personnel will not be coming. We will communicate with you any changes as soon as possible. Enjoy the holidays. 057. A full log of actions taken by 057 is available upon request. Addendum 7771.10, Joint Memorandum to the Overseer Council. Foundation Internal Memo, date December 16, 2005. 2 051s 2 3 4 5 6 not 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 from Containment Committee, Department of Health and Security, Department of Internal Affairs, Department of Logistics and Asset Management. Subject: official complaint regarding 057. Notice: this memorandum has been sent through reality stabilizing means. This is a memorandum to the Overseer Council written jointly by the heads of the Containment Committee, Department of Health and Security, Department of Internal Affairs, and Department of Logistics and Asset Management. We are raising our concern over the appointment of 057 on June 4th, 2005. In the time since her appointment 6 months ago, we have noticed an unusual and alarming rise in the number of incidents the Foundation has experienced. Below are some of the statistics in our various departments have reported. 65% increase in number of successful D-class escapes. 27% increase in the number of incidents involving anomalies in containment. 5.3% decrease in site efficiency. Redacted Euclid-Keter class anomalies breaching containment since appointment. Footnote: most of which were approved for cross-testing by 057 or per 057's precedent. Neutralization of redacted probability affecting anomalies. Redacted personnel injuries higher than average. No change in personnel's adherence to protocol. Additionally, the destruction of research area redacted, resulting in redacted personnel being terminated, is still fresh in our minds. An investigation into the incident found the cause to be a shipment of bad concrete which went unnoticed for redacted years. This is an extremely rare occurrence for an organization as thorough as ours. A majority, if not all of the incidents, were caused by random chance or bad luck. While we do not have any direct evidence, we suspect that the Foundation's recently poor performance is due to sabotage on 057's part. The correlation between her appointment and the start of these incidents is just too blatant to be written off as coincidence. As such, we are urgently calling for her removal from the Council, as her current position is a detriment to the Foundation. We hope you take our concerns seriously. Signed, Sophie Gray, Chairwoman of the Containment Committee. Ilya Vitalijovich Pavlov, Head of Department of Health and Security. Jewel Jade Morales, Head of the Department of Internal Affairs. No Young So, Head of Logistics and Foundation Asset Management for Site 19. Addendum: Overseer Conference on December 17, 2005. December 17, 2005. Parties present: Overseer Council, sans 057. Forward: in response to the official complaint from 4 department heads regarding effects on Foundation activities possibly caused by 057, an emergency session of the 05 Council, sans 057, was called to discuss potential courses of action. Begin transcript. 12 of the council members are seated in Site 1's main meeting room.
I'm sure you've all seen the memo sent to us by multiple department heads. This is ridiculous.
I have to agree with 5.
Of course you would. It was you that got us in this mess.
And now you want us to stay in it. 7 is not a problem. You saw the statistics, right, 12? I did. And you have nothing to say for it. They have no evidence. As far as we can tell, it could have been caused by the previous 057's death or even group of interest sabotage.
That is unfortunately true. Unbelievable, 3. I'm forced to see things as they are, 13.
The statistics
are unsubstantiated and frankly ambiguous. They cannot directly connect 057 to these statistics, and one new overseer out of 13 cannot cause this much damage to an organization that has existed for over a century. She's not a normal overseer, says the anomaly.
0513 glares at 3.
Removing an overseer is an extremely drastic move. We have all made decisions that angered the others before, such as this project. However, 7 has only been on the council for 6 months. She could very well be leaving this rough patch.
Do you trust that? Never judge a book by its cover, 10. Out of everyone, I thought you would know this.
Enough.
0510 scoffs.
Enough. If I'm correct, everyone is confident in their own opinion of 057.
The 05s are silent.
Exactly. No further deliberation is needed. Honestly, this infighting gets aggravating, and I like us to remember that we have made the decisions, not the department heads. As such, 057's removal from this council will be put to a vote. All in favor?
1, 2, 4, 9, 13. Yay.
Yay. All opposed?
3, 5, 6, 8, 11, 12. Nay.
Nay. 0510 abstains. The measure fails. 057 will remain on the council. Fools, all of you. Fools playing into their hands.
We're not removing an overseer based on a hunch, 13. End transcript. Afterward, 057 will remain in her current position. Addendum 7771.12 Ethics Committee Correspondence. Date: December 17, 2005. 2. Ethics Committee Chairman Odongo Tijani. From 0513, subject urgent. Notice this memorandum has been sent through reality stabilizing means. Attachments: SCP-7771.skip.net, POI777.doc, 05 Council, May 19, 2005 vote. December 16, 2005 Department Memo, 05 Council, December 17, 2005 vote. Date: December 17, 2005, 2:0513, from Ethics Committee Chairman Odongo Tijani. Subject: regarding urgent. Notice this memorandum has been sent through reality stabilizing means. 0513. The documents you have shared with me are extremely concerning and have been forwarded to the rest of the Ethics Committee. As a consequence of 057's active and indisputable sabotage, her continued presence on the Council will be put to a vote by this committee. However, while I thank you for the notice, the Council's actions as a whole on this project will also be examined closely. Signed, Odongo Tijani. Date: December 19, 2005, 2:0513, from Ethics Committee Chairman Odongo Tijani. Subject: regarding urgent. Notice this memorandum has been sent through reality stabilizing means. The Ethics Committee has decided in favor of removing 057 from her current position. Effective immediately, activities of Project Loaded Dice are to be discontinued until further notice. Signed, Odongo Tijani. Addendum 7771.13, Task Force Incursion. Task Force report ongoing. December 21st, 2005. Sites: Research Area 8, 01, 06 through 3, 17 and 9. Mobile task forces involve Alpha 1, codename Red Right Hand. Omega 1, codename Law's Left Hand. Fire Team Alpha and Beta. Omega 12, codename Achilles Heels. Epsilon 11, codename Nine-Tailed Fox. Personnel involved: 057. Ordering Body, Overseer Council, Ethics Committee. Planned actions: forcefully discontinue Project Loaded Dice. Terminate 057. Revive and reinstate the previous 057. At 8:11 a.m., Mobile Task Force Omega 1, codename Law's Left Hand, Fire Team Beta, enters Research Area 8, encountering no resistance. All personnel are accounted for and sent to site redacted for reassignment and amnestization. Fire Team Beta secures all physical project materials, documents, and anomalies for extraction. At 11 a.m., all present overseers, save for 05s 1, 7, and 13, discreetly exit Site 1 with Mobile Task Force Alpha 1, codename Right Red Hand, escort. While 05, 1, and 13 enter the secure bunker and seal it behind them, 057 is not notified of either event. At 11:07 a.m., an unannounced site-wide lockdown is initiated. At 11:12 a.m., Mobile Task Force Omega 1, Fire Team Alpha, and Mobile Task Force Omega 12, codename Achilles Heel, enter Site 1 with orders to intercept and terminate 057. Footnote: on-site can't counters reported the local hume level suddenly rising by 20 humes at the moment before dissipating to normal. On-site elements of Mobile Task Force Alpha 1 are ordered to protect the bunker exclusively and not engage with other personnel. At this time, 057 remains in her office, not notified of the lockdown or arrival of Mobile Task Forces. At 11:18 a.m., Mobile Task Force Omega 1 secures the camera control room. One member of Omega 1 is injured by a falling ceiling tile. No cause apparent. Mobile Task Force Omega 1 reports 7 additional injuries resulting from accidents and improbable occurrences, such as falling bricks, broken bones from slipping, and others. 0 recorded fatalities. At 11:23 a.m., simultaneous containment breaches are recorded at Site 6-3, 17, and 19. Mobile Task Force Epsilon 11, codename Nine-Tailed Fox, is mobilized to respond to these breaches, presumed related to ongoing action at Site 1. By order of 05, 2, and 9, half of on-site Mobile Task Force Omega 12 personnel are reassigned to guard the overseers from potential ontokinetic attack. Fire Team Alpha and remaining Mobile Task Force Omega 12 personnel continue to Site 1. Fire Team Alpha and Mobile Task Force Omega 12, now redacted feet from 057's position, or location, that's the real word, approach the hallway containing the Overseer's office. As they round the corner, all members of Mobile Task Force Omega 12 simultaneously complain of dizziness, nausea, and severe headaches. All members collapse within 1 minute, with Fire Team Alpha unable to revive them. Medical team dispatched to their locations. Fire Team Alpha is ordered to continue into the site by command, with assistance affirmed by nearby mobile task forces. At 11:28 a.m., Fire Team Alpha assembles outside of 057's office, who remains typing at a terminal. At this time, Site 1 experiences an electrical blackout, with backup generators failing to power more than the site's terminals and databases. Fire Team Alpha donned night vision goggles and attempt to shoot 057 through the wall, but all provided weapons malfunction. As Fire Team Alpha troubleshoots their weapon, several negligent discharges occur which strike other personnel. Only one member is left unharmed. 057 is unharmed. Full power is restored to the facility, which temporarily blinds the single member of Fire Team Alpha. As they recover, the single member of Fire Team Alpha enters the office to terminate 057. However, a weapon malfunction, presumably caused by an incomplete discharge, causes the member's firearm to explode. This injures the member, resulting in significant damage to the hands and bleeding. The single active member of Fire Team Alpha attempts to engage 057 with a knife. 057 unharmed. Surviving member's vital signs destabilizing, presumed incapacitated. Further support from nearby mobile task forces, including Mobile Task Force Alpha 1 and Omega 12, are en route. The current situation is ongoing. More information will be available soon. Expunge SCP-7071.skip.net. Notice from the Records and Information Security Administration. You are attempting to expunge a file from Ryza archives. This action requires at least 7 members of the Overseer Council to enter their alternate secure phrase. If this was an error, please log out and shut down your terminal immediately. Otherwise, please enter your secure phrases now. Failure to do so will result in the display of lethal auditory visual cognitive hazards, as well as deployment of Mobile Task Force Gamma 8, codenamed Record Keepers, to your location. Password 1, password 2, password 3, password 4, password 5, password 6, password 7. So I see Alice, us, I got something like that. If I don't get that one. Cliz over. Something is over. Death does not discriminate. Death does not discriminate. Okay, I got that one. When will we die? Do not go gentle. All right, I got some of the codes, the easier ones at least. Enter. Notice from the Records and Information Security Administration. The file you are attempting to access does not exist. Please contact your site's Ryza liaison if you believe this is in error. Pros. Tyke took a deep breath as the document was deleted. Those were some lucky guesses, even for me, she thought. But gone is gone, and maybe they'll know better than to follow me. Then she chuckled at the idea. Of course they won't. She pulled a false ID, wallet, and car keys from her desk drawers and got up to leave. On the floor, the fallen agent gurgled and twitched, but Tyke ignored them, stepping around the pooling blood and walking out of the room. In the hall, a groan stopped her for a moment. One agent tried to rise from among the unconscious bodies of the others. He made it upright, but staggered and fell back to the ground, clutching his bleeding stomach. So much easier to work against someone kind enough to break their boon and try to kill me. Where do I go next? Back to Vegas? The distant sounds of running footsteps turned her away from the hallway where Omega 12 personnel lay, unmoving but likely to recover. No, too obvious. They'll come after me openly and I'll have to do this all over again. As she made her way towards the main entrance, Tyke willed the site security cameras to malfunction, keeping whoever was left to watch from tracking her directly. If they wanted to track her, they would need to come in person. Mere minutes after that last attempt on her life, Tyke stepped out of Site 1 like a suspect walking free from court. She got into the car allotted to her as 057, starting the engine and turning up the radio. It wouldn't be long before the car was reported as stolen, but it would be long enough to get a new one. Driving away, she took one last look at Site 1 in the rearview mirror and wondered when she would have to teach the Foundation its lesson again. There are 2 great errors. First, to pretend that gods do not exist, and second, to try to outwit us. But I'll be happy for the diversion if the Foundation comes for me again. A goddess does get bored, after all. And pretty dice that you cannot click or have any links to.
Okay. I was about to say, like, I thought there were like going to be the coin flips from the other one. We're going to have to select an outcome or something. So I liked it. I think I liked it better than the other Tyke one that we read back in like the second.
Yes, the one where she was like a drunk, right?
Yeah. But Yeah, it's good. It's good. I think the whole like goddess of luck thing is just like there's a lot of deities of luck that we've experienced here. They even brought in the gun that didn't fire or didn't go off. I don't think that was a direct reference, but I think it's funny that we've had 3 of those now at least. It's good, well written. I was expecting there to be more casino themed 7K articles, so I'm glad that there haven't been, so because it made it a little bit more novel to be like, okay, we're actually getting a high stakes, you know, some gambling actually going on here.
I was happy. I was happy to. I had a lot of fun with the casino and the Russian roulette scene. Like that's definitely the
That
highlight
was
for me.
that definitely same for me, yeah, for sure.
Um,
Yeah,
the O5s kept me entertained with their debates. I think there was a little too much minutia for the Foundation, although I can't really get mad. I like Foundation minutia.
yeah. I also don't think that they would. I don't know if they would be so willing to take as big of risks as they did. But once again, there's so many different interpretations of the O5 Council that it's it's kind of like point is moot. You have your own headcanon. Who cares?
There are two tiny pet peeves that I have in this article, and it doesn't
Sure.
like take it below a upvote, but the in the first O5 Council meeting
Yeah.
when Taiki is brought on,
Mhm.
they take the time to describe the character's outfit, which they didn't do for any other O5 at any other point, which reads to me as you're kind of, this is my OC and I want to make sure everyone knows how pretty they are moment.
Fair. I didn't think about that at first. I thought they were just pointing out that she was all, like she was wearing the gold and like the purple, like very much standing out. This group of probably very dryly dressed you know
Compared
council
to the other
members.
members.
Yeah. But I think you're probably right. I guess like you could just say it was before Taiki deleted the file, she went in and updated the meeting so that everyone knew what she was wearing.
And then
Oh yeah,
there's
definitely. I had something now that you mentioned it. Yeah, wait till you're done though. Yeah, go ahead.
the other one is something just there's something about the chain of we fought this hard to get her on O5, and then after a couple months we have maybe that we think she's doing something bad, and then 105 goes rogue to the ethics committee who sides with them,
Right.
and the chain of events is not strong enough to me. I think I'm not sure. There's something hazy in there that
Yeah,
just
well,
stuck in my craw, but I can't describe it
if you
yet.
look at the loser, they do like take a long time to develop the character, and that like definitely works out in its favor. This I do see what you mean. Like once she's on the council, it's pretty quick to hit the fan. I guess my one thing is it's more to like it's like I don't know. It's a small thing, but the passwords of all the O5 council members that are entered, I don't think that they would all be secret messages. Like some of them are just going to be like hash strings that they generated from their authenticator app. Like like
Sure.
I think the fact that they will all use the same format is kind of silly. But at the same time, it's a small pet peeve. I don't think it's that big of a deal.
Where's my 4 random words
Yeah.
with digits in there?
The house always wins was they brought that up. I think that was something that I've heard in more than one of these articles as well, right?
I mean,
That
they
was
said that in the beginning of this article.
yeah, and at the end here, right before before the but not at the end, but like in the middle, right before the first collapsible, right? And then they mentioned it in the beginning as well. But there was another SCP 7K we read that mentioned the house always wins.
Casino jargon.
Yeah, it's good. I like the whole article. It's upvote for me.
I'm still gonna upvote it though. That's like overall very good.
Yes.
And this aesthetic is, I do love it. Like we've had SCP Twitter conversations about CSS and using it to make up for substandard writing and stuff like that. And I am definitely not a CSS guy because I'm way too lazy to deal with it. I write short articles because I don't have the attention span. And so unless someone wants to do the CSS for me, I'm not going to mess with it. But I do like when the site looks pretty like this.
Sure. I just noticed the object class, Florgalana. What is this?
What is Florgalana? You're right. I thought about that earlier too.
From a list of object classes on the wiki, Florgalana is almost identical to Thaumail, except Florgalana object can't feasibly be contained. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense. Good to know.
Cool.
Neat.
All right, we'll take that out. And of course, remember everyone here that we are here to support. Oh, that is the Ghost Bashers. We'll start with the Ghost Bashers. Support Billith and the Ghost Bashers over on
support
Twitch.
Us. We'll be doing a post-action debrief on twitch.tv/Billith, maybe with Necrokitten as well, twitch.tv/Necrokitten. We'll see after the stream. So join us over there. We're going to do some unwinding. We're going to unwind with some like hardest difficulty ghost hunting, because that's what we do with our time, because we're insane.
And after the show is the after party.
Yeah, it's going to be a nice after party with ghosts. We're Mu 13. We're not Mu 13, but it's a lot of fun. Come join us.
On my end, you can follow SCP Infohazard News over on Steam. We are in the process of writing the story for what the VR experience is going to be, and I had this like great shower thought scene that I had to like hop in a Discord call with Dork Toast and be like, hey, I had this idea, write it down. We are doing deep philosophical themes, and it's all going to be very exciting when we assemble this thing. So follow it on Steam, follow Gib Games over on Twitter as well, and get your updates as soon as they develop.
Sounds exciting.
And of course, the reason we're reading all these 7,000 articles, Dr. Cimmerian's almost killed by a tree fund.
Yes. We need more money so that we can build lumber yards. We're trying to cut the trees down and turn the trees into wood to use to repair his house, but we're a couple million short on the lumber farm, but we just need another $200 to hit the goal for the GoFundMe. So head on over and do that.
You know what the saying is. The saying is more trees, more problems. And so we're just getting rid of the trees.
Here's the thing is that we have some trees that we've engineered to grow money on them. They say money doesn't grow on trees, but we beg to differ. The thing is, they won't be ready. They won't grow for another couple of years because they're trees. So
perfect timing, SCP Foundation, Real X in the TikTok chat for shooting off the money gun at that exact moment. I give you props for that.
Money gun, nice. I love the money gun. How do we afford that?
All right, and that brings us to our next article.
Great. What are we looking at?
We are going to SCP-7986 by Digital Princess 234.
7986.
You got it.
Okay. Let's pull up that title. It's right at the top here. The bottom, technically. 7986. Destiny's Waves.
Ooh, we got a +11, either little seen or controversial. Let's find out.
Oh, it's a tiny one, too.
All right, let's play.
All right. Item number 7986. Level 4. Secret. Containment class, Euclid. Disruption class, Vlam. Risk class, Danger. Pretty sure isn't level 4 top secret, but maybe I'm wrong.
I think so.
Yeah. Image caption, MTF Gamma 6 disguised as a cargo ship. Special containment procedures. SCP-7986 is to be monitored by MTF Gamma 6 from a remote viewing location 1,000 kilometers off the coast of Grace Bay. It's far. Providencialis, Grace Bay, Providencialis, and dissuade any persons or vessels from entering within a 500-kilometer radius of SCP-7986. A research team led by Dr. Azure Waters is to prioritize study of the, quote, core of SCP-7986's anomalous effects and ways to counteract it. Description: SCP-7986 is an underwater city, aesthetically similar to a modern town found in Greece when viewed with remote cameras. However, details on its surface structure beyond the superficial appearance are unclear. SCP-7986 appears to house several humanoid creatures. However, closer viewing is not achievable due to 7986's primary anomalous effect. When a human being comes within a 400-kilometer radius of SCP-7986, they will be overcome with the distinct urge to swim to SCP-7986, which will result in the subject drowning themselves in an attempt to reach it. At present, only one individual has been retrieved from this state and was only able to remark that, quote, humanity should have never left the sea, even when pressed by researchers to disclose more information. This individual was subsequently amnesticized and released. Information gathered from expeditions using remote viewing devices have revealed that the center of SCP-7986 holds a large temple-like structure. Hume readings around this area drop noticeably. The source of this appears to be a large silver orb that spans approximately 20 feet in diameter, located inside SCP-7986's temple. Based on several Hume readings taken throughout SCP-7986, it is theorized that this object, hereby known as SCP-7986-1, is the source of SCP-7986's properties. I'm going to go with that, including its dangerous cognitohazardous effects. Potentially holds the ability to grant the group that cares for it incredible luck, including the insurance of a safe travel through the ocean, and an increased likelihood for unlikely positive outcomes. Disturbingly, SCP-7986's radius of effect seems to have increased in the past few years, prompting a reevaluation of containment measures and overall approach. The following sentence is stricken from the document. Retrieval of SCP-7986-1 is to be considered a priority. Thus ends the stricken portion. Retrieval of SCP-7986-1 would not harm its current caretakers and would potentially stop SCP-7986's anomalous effect from spreading. You have one new message. Show message from Dr. Azure Waters to Agent Xavier James. Subject: expedition help. Body: I need to do an expedition on SCP-7986 very soon. Research isn't going as fast as people want, and it's scary. An ascent down there is important. It would help our agents navigate underwater spaces. Please help. From Agent Xavier James to Dr. Azure Waters. Expedition help. Calm down. You're forgetting what we practiced. Remember, surface language has weird rules that you have to follow. People aren't going to believe you're a scientist if you're sending formal emails that read like you're being chased by 096. That bracelet can only give you an unnatural advantage, right? Can't blind people to your fishy behavior. Either way, yes. I'll help you with the another expedition. I'm assuming they want us to try and retrieve that orb, right? From Dr. Azure Waters to Agent Xavier James. Expedition help. The bracelet got me considerably far. I brought you to me. You're helping me. I'm assuming these emails are secure enough to speak freely, yes? They want her heart. I think the city is dangerous and the effects may spread. They are right, but it's my home. I came to protect it. I've come so far to protect it. I will not harm people if they are kind to the sea. I told you when we first met how important it is that I take charge of this project. Your foundation will worsen the situation without care. Did you not understand what her heart can do? My sailors used to know. Our sailors used to know, not anymore. I want to go see the ocean again soon. My own heart aches. From Agent Xavier James to Dr. Azure Waters. Expedition help. We're not moving with as much information as you have. I get why you feel the need to be undercover. The way you cry alone, they're going to want to lock you up. But if you could somehow tell us what you know, it might be easier to avoid disaster. I'll make sure you can come with us for the expedition. That's not too terribly suspicious. From Dr. Azure Waters to Agent Xavier James, expedition help. Your first reaction to seeing me without my disguise does not give me confidence. Even if I was to slowly reveal what I know, they would catch on. You humans are smarter than I believed. I will see you soon. Addendum. On potentially June 7th, 2025, Dr. Azure Waters led MTF Gamma 6 to stop SCP-7986 for retrieval of SCP-7986-1. Agents had undergone 2 weeks of cognitohazard resistance training in order to resist SCP-7986's effects, and entered SCP-7986's area of effect already equipped with specialized diving suits. However, one personnel dove into the water, an entity, footnote, henceforth referred to as SCP-7986-3. Is there a dash 2? I don't think so.
I didn't see one.
No. Seemingly composed of sea foam, manifested between MTF Gamma 6 and SCP-7986's entrance. That's gross, by the way. For archival purposes, a transcript taken from Agent Xavier's body camera is below. Do you want to be Briggs?
Yeah, I'll take Briggs.
All right. All right, weapons concealed. You guys, try not to scare the locals.
Since when have you ever cared about the locals? If we spook them too bad, we'll just put some amnestics in the water. No big deal.
Agent Briggs laughs and swims towards the entrance of SCP-7986, moving ahead of the group. Hold it! Don't move ahead of us. I don't want you losing focus. Agent Briggs freezes. Xavier calls to him, but he does not respond. In front of him, a humanoid shape begins to form out of the swirling water and sea foam. A beeping noise emits from Agent Xavier's suit, indicating that his cant counter has detected a severe change in surrounding hume levels. Briggs, move! The entity stretches out an appendage, knocking Agent Briggs backwards. Agent Xavier calls for medical attention and orders another agent to bring Agent Briggs back to the surface to be examined. All right, screw it. Grab your weapons, guys. And you, what are you? Humans. Hate humans. Join the club. A lot of things hate us. Agent Xavier gestures for his team to back up and retreat. Just as he turns, a dome of swirling water surrounds them. Agent Xavier attempts to swim through it. However, he is unable to pass through, as though it is solid. Agent Xavier glances up and sees Dr. Azure Waters swimming towards them. She approaches the dome and places her hands onto it. Gills are visible on her neck, and her skin and hair have taken on a more greenish hue. Xavier, how much oxygen is left in your tank? Enough. What is the thing? The sound of gunfire can be heard in the background. Dr. Azure glances upwards and winces. That is the god of the sea. In days past, sailors used to prey on her to guide them through the waves. But as time passed and man began to believe the ocean was theirs, she grew bitter. We in this town had managed to keep her appeased by caring for her broken heart. Awesome. So this is one of those mankind sucks issues. Do bullets work? No. Her spirit is the ocean. To kill her would be to kill the ocean. I will attempt to calm her. Her grievances are not with me. Dr. Azure swims around the dome, approaching the entrance to SCP-7986. She lowers herself to the seafloor and pounds on the dome, yelling to SCP-7986-3. SCP-7986-3 continues to attack MTF personnel with its appendages. Ocean, I beg of you, please, stop. SCP-7986-3 lowers its appendages and turns to look at Dr. Azure. You are with the humans? To protect you. Do you not remember? Dr. Azure raises her left hand, pushing down her lab coat sleeve so that her bracelet is visible. You bestowed upon me the same luck you gave to the other sailors. Agent Xavier orders MTF Gamma 6 to cease firing and to remain silent. SCP-7986-3 does not appear to notice. You said you wanted to revenge what they'd done to you. I understand. Many things want revenge for what the humans have done. Humans hurt me. I know. What will it take for you to forgive humans? I want damage to stop. I want apologies for treachery. Dr. Azure looks over to Agent Xavier. Agent Xavier begins to shake his head, but he sighs and slowly approaches SCP-7986-3. Ocean, on behalf of all humans, we are sorry. We're trying to be kind to you. Please forgive us for hurting you. SCP-7986-3 looks back at Agent Xavier and stares at him. Agent Xavier noticeably shivers. This is not how things are meant to go, should go, but you are friendly to one of my people, and I can feel that your intentions are kind. It is enough. The barrier trapping NTF Gamma 6 dissipates. SCP-7986-3 gestures upwards. Will not cut off the ocean from humanity. Will not spread my anger. But you do not own the ocean. My heart is not for you. It is for everyone. Don't forget that. I will make you remember. Thank you. Come on, let's move out. MTF Gamma 6 begins to ascend to the surface. Agent Xavier follows, but briefly looks back down. SCP-7986-3 has disappeared. Dr. Azure Waters waves to him and says something inaudible. Memo from Site Director Dr. Richard. Make no mistake, SCP-7986 was a spectacular disaster. The entire retrieval operation was hijacked by a third party, and Agent Xavier should probably be terminated for agreeing to go along with it when he knew the order was given by false personnel. Dr. Azure was a coward who had the gall to enter our ranks and as nothing more than the average underwater citizen. She's since been fired, of course. We can't reasonably contain her unless we want the wrath of the sea upon our backs. However, Agent Xavier is still with us, and he's to be placed under supervision for the next 2 months. Now, that's a pretty soft punishment. I'm sure you are all looking at me like I've lost my reason. I'll tell you, my reason is perfectly sound. Simply put, Xavier did his job. He went against the grain and somehow managed to defuse a situation that could have escalated into us being in conflict with yet another god, because he just so happened to be be the kind of guy who would go against every bit of training we gave him, just to do a nice thing. The fact that we managed to send that kind of person specifically for this mission that did not initially call for such a gentle approach, that takes an incredible amount of luck, something we desperately needed around. My biggest takeaway from this entire thing, we need to work on anti-luck technology. I mean, seriously, a woman named Dr. Azure Waters being assigned to SCP-7986, an aquatic anomaly? I was the one who assigned her, and I didn't even think twice about it. Whatever method she was using, it was strong. Secure, contain, protect. Spectacular disaster. Indeed. It definitely needs some work. There's a lot of things that I like, little things I do like about it. The note at the end is kind of funny. I liked the huge radius of effects. It's like 1,000-kilometer perimeter. That's a lot. That's huge. Geez. I'm not a huge fan of the humans are the problem. You polluted, therefore I'm the goddess of the sea, and I'm gonna make you feel bad about that. Why did you hurt me? You broke my heart. I would
say, to me, when we were doing the description, there were like 3 paragraphs in a row where there were words where I was like, you're trying to gussy up a simple concept with language that actually obscures what you're saying.
Yeah.
Like, SCP-7986 appears to house several humanoid creatures.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not even getting into like the tonal things, like, because that's
there's a lot.
There's a lot of adverbs and stuff, and there's been a couple in like the past 3. I think have had a decent amount of adverbs that were probably not necessary. Seemingly, apparently, stuff like that. Like, it's not necessary. You can just remove those, and the sentence sounds fine without it. In most cases, anyway. Disturbingly, SCP-7986's radius of effect seems to have increased in the past few years. It's too flowery. It's not clinical documentation.
The past few years is like too inaccurate for scientific documentation.
I mean, of course, I haven't even mentioned the 20 feet in diameter. This is a note to all writers in this. If you're writing a document and you're trying to keep to a specific format, you should probably use the same, you should use metric system or imperial system. But if you're a SCP writer, use the metric system. But don't flip back and forth. That's even worse. I liked the reveal that the phony named Dr. Azure Waters is actually a fish person. Like that's hilarious. Because I was gonna say like it's a pretty dumb.
That
like,
name was
name.
the name did hit me. Like I was immediately when I saw Dr. Azure Waters, I groaned internally.
I was like, come on.
And
But
I don't think the reveal is enough to like fix it for me just based on everything else that is in
sure,
here.
I think I like the idea of it better than the actual execution.
This is a basic story of humans doing something to the ocean, and the ocean, like, this has got the Moana vibe a little bit, a little environmentalism, but it needs a lot of work.
Yes,
This reminds me of I know writers who use subtext and they're all cowards.
Yeah.
This just says it right on the tin, and there's not like... It's just text.
Yeah, it is. That's for sure. So yeah, there's stuff to like here.
One.
Yeah, there's stuff to like here, but it's kind of bogged down by a lot of stuff that I don't particularly care for.
At its heart, there's something there, but
for sure.
Yeah.
Digital Princess 234. Get some critique, and see what you can do, because I want this to be a good article, and there's something there that can be made into a good article. I just think it needs to go back to the drawing board a little bit.
Agreed.
All right. Next one, on to the next one.
SCP-7900 by It's a Bad Idea.
Are we going to get to the Symphony of 76? I don't know. It's close.
Oh, getting there.
Yeah. Oh, this one.
All right, what do we got?
Another short
on this
one. 7900. Let's see. 7900 is a place to drown in.
A place to drown in. We're doing more water.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if it does. I can't remember. I feel like I read it, but I don't feel like it's oceanic. But we'll see.
It's also cetacean studies. So, all right, let's see what we got here.
Yeah.
Item number 7900. Containment class Euclid. Special containment procedures. A 5-kilometer exclusionary zone surrounds SCP-7900. Daily patrols of the surrounding waters are conducted by reconnaissance teams. Access to the subterranean network beneath SCP-7900 is limited to personnel trained in navigating anomalous spaces. Explorations must be conducted with a party of 4 or more to reduce the possibility of disorientation. All exploration parties are expected to adhere to established routes. Deviations from such must be approved beforehand. Following the events described in Addendum C, motion sensors have been installed throughout the network. Should personnel become lost or separated beneath SCP-7900, they are advised to locate an enclosed space or secure a vantage point and await rescue. The production of excessive noise is ill-advised. Pictured, skin tissue recovered from the head of a gray apostle, genus Eschitoridius aspastoli. Hover to enlarge. All developments regarding SCP-7900 or other related phenomena should be forwarded to the Department of Cetacean Studies. Notice: containment procedures may be outdated and have been flagged for revision. See Addendum D. Description: SCP-7900 is Notre Dame de la Mer, a monastery founded in 1208 CE and the center of numerous anomalous phenomena. SCP-7900 lies 7 kilometers off the coast of Normandy, France, on a rocky islet surrounded by deep waters. SCP-7900 was originally constructed as a military garrison for the French army in the First 100 Years' War, 1159 to 1259. Ooh, a 100 Years' War that's actually 100 years. Due to its strategic location, but was soon after converted to a Catholic institution. Due to its isolation from the mainland, SCP-7900 quickly gained a reputation as a place of spiritual healing and introspection. SCP-7900 was difficult to travel to, and was thus only populated by a small settlement of devotees who lived permanently on the islet. Public awareness of SCP-7900 slowly declined over time due to its remoteness and the self-imposed solitude of its populace. At some point, contact between SCP-7900's residents and the European continent was cut off completely, and the practice religion of the islet shifted significantly from Catholicism. SCP-7900 eventually became a little more than a myth by the 1300s, and has since been expunged completely from public records after its discovery by the Foundation in the late 19th century. At an unknown time, likely the late 12th century based on architectural style, a Romanesque cathedral was built, similar to other cathedrals of the time period. Over the next 100 years, various additions were made to the original structure, including a bell tower, living quarters, and crypt. Where the rest of the continent progressed into Gothic architectural styles, future additions to SCP-7900 were aesthetically unique, though limited in scope due to the islet's scarce resources. Its design sharply contrasts mainland cathedrals through their incorporation of fluid shapes, vast reductions of natural light, and an emphasis on the color blue. Pictured, Figure 1.2, Notre Dame de la Mer, artist unknown. Very pretty. Recovered tapestries, murals, and stained glass designs place a heavy thematic emphasis on the serenity associated with drowning. Oh god. A vast tympanum above the entrance to the main cathedral depicts the ritualistic mass drowning of upwards of 50 individuals. Inside, murals and stained glass patterns portray the death, purification, and eventual transmutation of the soul after drowning, frequently paired with depictions of sea life, such as cetaceans and semi-aquatic human hybrids. A tapestry recovered in the crypt portrays a group of missionaries uncovering a vast flooded cave containing a preserved whale carcass. Various metal weights, assumed to have been used to assist in drowning, were recovered within SCP-7900's living quarters. Affixed to the wall behind the altar of the cathedral was a whale skull of an unidentified species, visually similar to that of a gray whale. Footnote, non-native to France. The lower mandibles were recovered in the crypt, bearing hundreds of names and dates carved onto their surfaces, some as recent as the 1850s. Footnote, as records of birds in SCP-7900 do not exist, the identities of these names cannot be confirmed. Also, the text in the footnote's doing something weird there. In the 7900. Alchemized fossilized remains surround the islet, suggesting the presence of an unprecedented number of sea life throughout SCP-7900's history. Currently, the islet is largely devoid of life. At the time of discovery, SCP-7900 was abandoned. It has since become a vital asset to Foundation cultural studies in the region, helping to chronicle a rich yet grim period in French history. Addendum. Beneath SCP-7900 lies an expansive network of tunnels constructed at an unknown date in SCP-7900's history. The network was discovered during archaeological digs around the base of the islet. The tunnels have yet to be fully explored, but survey teams have mapped over 150 kilometers to date. Estimates place the total size of the network between 600 and 1,000 kilometers. Much of the network appears to be naturally occurring, but significant portions have been reinforced with intricate and advanced architecture. Unlike the above-ground portions, building materials used in the tunnels are foreign to the islet, consisting mostly of rare white soapstone and whalebone. Man-made reinforcements continue intermittently some 400 meters underground. Despite the infeasibility of such construction projects given the technology available at the time of SCP-7900's use. Figure 1-3, entrance to subterranean network upon discovery. During preliminary explorations, it was discovered that the network possesses an anomalous effect that causes individuals to have a higher than average likelihood of becoming lost within the tunnels, even when using advanced navigation equipment. Rescued personnel consistently report becoming lost through non-anomalous means, such as equipment malfunction, disorientation, or unstable geologic activity, but repeated incidents suggest anomalous interference. This effect was noticed when Special Task Force Mammoth, a reconnaissance team specializing in subterranean exploration, failed to broadcast its all-clear signal for over 3 hours while underneath SCP-7900. The team was declared missing in action 3 days after loss of contact, but was discovered shortly after by rescue patrols. During debriefing, members of the team described becoming disoriented after attempting to return to the surface the way they came. Following standard protocol, they began methodical lateral exploration until reaching a flooded cave, pictured, which continued down an indiscernible path. Subterranean flooded cavern, pictured. While devising a plan for rescue, several members of the team reported hearing vocalizations similar to whale song emanating from the water. A closer investigation failed to reveal a source, but the team did recover a collection of metal weights similar to above-ground artifacts. Vocalizations were described as increasing in intensity, amplified by the cave walls, until the team was forced to retreat from the cavern. The following is an excerpt from a testimony of the incident by Rick Costellos, Chief Demolition Specialist for Stationary Task Force Mammoth. Subterranean Task Force, maybe. Me and Urchek are setting up the spikes for a radar sweep. The mission's gone to hell, so we're trying to find a weakness in the rock for a controlled blast, which would either clear a path or at least alert you guys to our location. Tanner tells us to head down the slope a bit to widen the range of the image since we only have so much time before the batteries die. Footnote, Amelie Tanner, captain of STF Mammoth. We get in about 15 meters from the rest of the team towards the water. Then I hear something. Sounded like a yelp. I look over at Urchek. He shrugs. I hear it again. Louder, but less sharp. The cave's echoing, so I can't pin down the direction of the source. We fan out, thinking it's a wild animal or maybe a person. Then Urchek screams, and I see him fall backward out of the corner of my eye. I rush over. He's pointing at the water, saying he saw something in it. A whale, he says, peeking up at him. I help him up, and we both scan for movement. Nothing. We hear the noise again. This time it's unmistakably coming from the water. A long wail, followed by short clicks and pops. I see Urchek shaking. He's still green, so I'll cut him some slack. We see ripples in the water, and I tell Urchek to go and get Tanner. He runs off, tail between his legs, but I didn't. I wasn't scared, no. Why would I be? It only wanted to save my soul. Photographs of the cavern match descriptions of a divine grotto pictured in documents recovered from SCP-7900. Subsequent explorations have failed to locate the cavern. That part is stricken out. Apparently we found it. Addendum B. 2 months after the incident, Costellos was reported absent from his post at an unrelated anomaly. Several days later, a security detail stationed at 7900 noticed burn marks at the entrance of the subterranean network, appearing to form a trail leading into the system. Amelie Tanner and other members of STF Mammoth were requested to investigate, given their prior experience with the anomaly. The following is a testimony from Amelie Tanner about the incident. I've known Rick a long time. He was one of the founding 6 members of Mammoth. The only one to survive the gravity well at the mystery spot. Saved my life more than once. He's tough, is what I'm saying. 20 years on the job, and I've never seen someone crumble to pieces like Rick did. See, he'd been acting weird for a while now. He'd take a little too long to answer questions. Sometimes he would be completely unresponsive. Given his position in the team, I figured he could hurt someone or himself. We were working on a job in Brazil, so I assumed it was malaria or something. I had him stay at camp and told him to wait there until the doctors could fly in from Sao Paulo before handing any more dynamite. We were out maybe 12 hours. By the time we were back, he was gone. Just up and left, took his stuff, but nothing else. Searched the area, came up with nothing. We wrote him off as another casualty of the profession. It's tough, but you get used to it here. We were writing up the report when you guys called, said you found something at 7900 and that we were needed. We were there the next day, and before you ask, we followed the scorch marks. Sure, the thought of a trap crossed my mind, but I figured it was better than getting lost like last time. Plus, we were armed to the teeth and given professional fire team status. Not exactly sitting ducks. It took half an hour of winding tunnels and pearl white bas reliefs to find the end of the trail, right at the mouth of the flooding cavern. I turn on my high beam flashlight, and I see Rick fucking sitting there at the edge of the water. My God, if you'd have seen him. His eyes were all milky, and he was unresponsive. I noticed his legs from the knee down submerged in the water. When we pulled him out, I saw that the skin was rotting off the bone. I don't know how long he must have been sitting there for that to happen. In his hand was a burnt-out emergency flare, no doubt what he used to make the trail. His clothes were ragged, and he looked emaciated. We did a quick medical check, but since we only had basic supplies on hand, we couldn't do much for him. I told my team to haul him topside. I didn't like his odds of survival. And even if we could save his life, he'd never walk again. But I was relieved he wouldn't die alone down there. As my team started up the tunnel, I took a final glance at the pool. Just a cursory check like I've done a million times before. That's when I locked eyes with an angel. Costello's scorch marks were used to map a reliable path to the flooded cavern, seemingly bypassing the unstable topology of the network. An examination of the pool revealed evidence of life forms inhabiting the water. An aquatic mission confirmed the presence of at least one large marine organism, recently deceased and in good condition. Cause of death was determined to be starvation. The organism bore great visual similarities with the gray whale family, with several major exceptions. Malformed eyes, sunken into the skull and covered with skin growth. A total lack of blowholes or breathing apparatus. Lack of baleen, though damage to the mouth suggests removal post-birth. 2 arms, pale and bony, extending from either side of the torso and terminating in human-like hands. Due to its size, its removal from the cavern has been deemed improbable, and all examinations had to be conducted by teams outfitted for sustained diving. The specimen species has been named Gray Apostle, Escherichthys apostoli, at the behest of SCP-7900 Head of Research Julia No. The following memo was sent by Dr. No to all research personnel assigned to SCP-7900. It became immediately clear upon seeing the specimen myself that we were dealing with something far greater than what we started with. You have all been briefed on the history of this place. You have seen the devices used for torture, the murals and their macabre art. If you're like me, you've stood on the cliffs and stared into the sea as countless others have here through the millennia. What could they see that we can't? What could make them go smiling into a cold and lonely death? Your peers have no doubt spoken of mania and indoctrination. They've written everything that happened here off as a sobering reminder of the dangers of cult thinking. We've been studying Notre Dame de la Mer for half a century. They'll tell you there's nothing left to find. They're wrong. What we found in the Devil's Well is more than an addendum to this page. It's the key to everything. The arms on either side of the whale aren't human-like. They are human. They are a near-perfect genetic match, size accepted. And we have reason to believe there's more. The cave continues past the limits of our floodlights. There's more down there. The testimony suggests live specimens, and I intend to find them. A small expeditionary force led by Dr. No was dispatched to explore the submerged portions of the cave network and determine the presence of living organisms. Exploration is ongoing. Struck out. I guess the explanation... they're not ongoing, or he found something. Addendum C. When Dr. No's unit failed to report their findings at the predetermined time, additional teams were arranged for rescue purposes. Believing the submerged tunnels possessed similar anomalous properties as the rest of the network, subsequent explorations would be conducted meticulously. Extensive terraforming efforts were made to ensure line of sight between team members would not be broken. This proved effective, as exploratory teams uncovered vast quantities of archaeological remains within sealed chambers within days. Recovered items resembled artifacts recovered above ground, but with a higher degree of technical skill. Almost all artwork solely depicted cetaceans. Skeletal remains in near-perfect conditions were frequently encountered, many of which possessed human-like upper torsos, fused with 2 elongated lower spines, ending in preserved flukes. Remains were frequently intermingled with larger cetacean skeletons, often congregating in the stomach region. Pictured, figure 1.5, encountered sea fissure. On the 5th day of exploration, demolition crews uncovered an unusually large chamber, resembling a fissure in the earth, and extending down an indeterminate distance. Pictured. While deliberating a course of action, crew members reported hearing whale song emanating from the bottom of the chasm. Supervisor Lee DuPont describes the following events. I'm looking down there and I'm telling myself, don't go down, don't go down. There's nothing down there. Not my mission, not my problem, right? I mean, when has something good ever happened when you poke around where you're not wanted? But that's the thing, isn't it? I was wanted. They wanted me down there. That's what you guys keep getting wrong. This isn't another death cult. It's not another Algada. It's our fucking ticket out of here. It's a way off this whole fucking messed up world we're in. They didn't kill No and her team. You want to know how I know that? Because they fucking told me. They have a way of doing that, communicating something to you in an instant. It's hard to articulate, but after it happens, you just know what they wanted you to know. Like waking up from a dream. I took one look down there. It was over in an instant. My team protested going down there, but then they saw it too. They heard the siren's call. We start out afraid of the dark, but then we grow up. We peel the curtain back and find out there was nothing to be scared of in the first place. We evolve. And my evolution was in that cave. I don't remember everything I saw down there. It was like a dream. I can't recall the details, but I'll never forget the faces. Horrible, mummified, scared. Millions of them starving to death in that pit. Nothing to eat after the apostles died and the drowning stopped. I see the faces of the devotees, given new life and new blood from the water. I saw No in the bliss of her newfound immortality. I saw my team screaming as they accept God's blessing. I saw Rick and Tanner and Urchek. I saw myself from a distance. But most vividly of all, I saw God. My God, watching from above through the cracks in the rock. A whale's eye, blue as sapphire, and I let his song cleanse and birth me new. He has hopes for us, inheritors of his deluge. It's been so long since he's seen the surface. I can't wait. Lee DuPont was found by rescue personnel hours later. The other 6 team members assigned to DuPont have been declared missing in action. Subsequent attempts to locate the Fisher described in his testimonies have been met with failure, likely due to anomalous interference. That last line is struck out. That's not ominous with how everything else has been going. DuPont's skeletal structure began transformation the following morning, and he has been placed in a pressurized aquatic environment to reduce pain and observe the extent of bodily and mental changes. The Department of Cetacean Studies has been formed to document this and other related phenomena. Addendum D. Recent expeditions have discovered the underwater fissure via demolition efforts. However, investigations within the chamber found no signs of the humanoids, nor the massive cetacean described by DuPont. Impressions in the rock imply the presence of a great number of organisms. None were present. Concurrently, motion sensors at 400, 317, 288, and 199 meters were tripped by unknown forces. Widespread technical malfunctions were ruled out, and on-site security declared an ECI-class emergency. By the orders of the security chief, Sebastian Banks, the entrance to SCP-7000 subterranean network was caved in with a controlled blast, sealing the system and averting a potential containment breach. Banks recounted the following during his brief. You want to know about the cave-in? That's what this is all about, right? You want to know why I ordered my men to bury the last 6 months of my job in 3,000 tons of solid rock? Something tripped the sensors. And fast, too. Too fast to be a single entity. Hell, too fast to be a group, either. Those tunnels are narrow. There's no way anybody could climb 200 meters in less than a minute. Unless it's water. It has to be. It's a fucking flood coming up from the abyss. The deluge, right? That's what DuPont called it? Yeah, I listened to the tape. He was fucked in the head. But maybe he was onto something. We found something terrible and awesome and beautiful down there. We fight it now because we're scared. But given some time, maybe we hit the jackpot. Who knows where we'll be in 10, 20 years. Whatever. It's over now and the cave's airtight. Nothing getting out in 1,000 years. But all we got is time. And water's patient. Okay. Wow.
Yeah, that was a lot. And it was not the one I was thinking of. Very obviously, this one has a lot of water in it. Yeah. I thought it was cool. I like that it's like moderately long. You know, it's like not like a long article. It's like a medium length article. I like that.
Yeah. So I have a lot of feelings on this one because I am a person who is terrified by the idea of drowning.
Sure.
I don't like it. And so I was already nervous when there was a church devoted to the divinity of drowning. Freaky deaky there.
It's odd that that this was posted directly after the last one was posted, and they're both about drowning. We had a couple of them like that, where it's like similarly thematic, right next to each other in posting.
I adore the concept of the, like, this is a good thing that the Foundation is keeping in, because everyone who, like, gets in it is, like, very happy to jump in it, and it's like heaven or whatever. and we're
Yeah.
like, no, I love the Foundation, like holding back that.
Yeah.
Stupid little anomaly that I haven't written yet is a yoga mat you can use to actually achieve enlightenment, and therefore no one's allowed to use it.
That's funny. Yeah, and that there's a lot of ways you could take that as well. That's cool.
And I'll be damned if the ending didn't hit me with the floodwaters coming up. I was like, okay, this is awesome. And then I adore the line, any line about water being patient or water will always come through. I love that as a thematic thing. And so Flop says one of the best articles in this con. I am on board.
Yeah, it's real good.
Hard upvote. Congratulations, author. You got me on board hard.
And the pictures are really good too.
The pictures are gorgeous. Yes. I meant to say that when I was ranting, so good call.
Yeah, it's good. The use of strike through is good too. Like
Indeed.
it's very few and far between, but it's very deliberately used. So
it was very much like cliffhanger strike through. Like, this is our situation. Yeah. Strike this through. We have a new addendum, which I like as a strike through structure.
Yeah, good job, author.
It's a bad idea. Your article was a good idea. Congratulations.
Absolutely. Love to hear more about the Department of Cetacean Studies.
Sure, they got a lot going on.
Yeah. Very cool. All
right. That brings us to SCP-7878 by Filiju. Filiju, is that how you say that?
I think so. We got some.
What's this one titled?
Let me take a look at what the 7878. Yes. We're at 7778. Here we go. Moving Past the Feeling by Filiju.
Moving Past the Feeling. And we have some offsets, so this appears short, but we're offsetting, so we'll see how this goes.
Yeah, I'm going to see real quick how many offsets has listed. It's 4, so we'll see. They're all like this, and it's not so bad.
Yeah.
Welcome, 051. Today is the 6th of July. No breach or alert have been noticed on any sites. A message by error, user not found, has been received on your personal account. Access message. Check source of message. Source and date could not be found, but no memetic trigger found within the message. Access message. It's not a message. Yes. I have something that may interest you, Siegel. See attached files. There are 3 files attached to the message. Access files. Yes. Accessing first file. Item number SCP-7878. Object class safe. Special containment procedures. Contained in the administrator's office. Description. SCP-7878 refers to a small colored television of indeterminate make with a facade similar to 1950 style black BW televisions. When activated, SCP-7878 displays real-time video from the point of view of a single random human on Earth. SCP-7878 will change of an individual's point of view every 20 seconds. I know what that means. Hello, everyone. This is the administrator speaking. At this time, which should be the 7th of July, the file you are currently reading is the only file available on the database, regardless of your clearance. Do not worry. This is entirely normal and all according to plan. Let me explain. Some of you might be surprised to see a message by me. I have been called a myth, a fake. Some of you, though, I was one of the 05s. Okay, but no, I am real and alive. My job consists entirely of calling people, creating the most useful procedures, approving files and choices taken, calculating, and many more. Similar to most of you, but probably on a higher scale, my body has been anomalously modified to not sleep or eat, so I can entirely focus on the Foundation. I do not know how many years it has been since I got out of my office. Do not think I'm tired of this job. On the contrary, I love my job and every moment of it. I'm proud to be on the Foundation. In my very few moments where I have nothing to work on, I open SCP-7878 and I watch it silently, my face only enlightened by the slight light of the screen. Within that television, I can see happy faces. I see what my foundation has brought to the world. I can see people living it to the fullest. In those times, I can remember what we all fight hard for: families, friends, and communities, all of them protected by our determination to keep them safe. But then, one day, about a week ago, I watched the screen. I saw the same happy faces, but this time I felt different. A feeling I had never felt before. A mixed cloud of anger, confusion, and sadness was forming above me. And that, my friends, is how I realized I'm not protecting everyone. I'm putting the lives in danger of a lot of people. I have the blood of innocents who have the same dream as me. As you probably guessed, those people I'm referring to are all of you. This is why I've decided, counting from today, you'll all be released from duty. Janitors, researchers, doctors, agents, overseers. I want all of you to go out there and join your families or create new ones. Basically, go touch grass. I want you all to experience what you've been fighting for. You will be given a large amount of money upon departure. This is your reward for what you've accomplished. For most of you wondering, this is not the end of the Foundation at all. As a matter of fact, it's a new beginning. I'll be taking care of everything. Thank you to all of you for your hard work. Frederick William, administrator of the SCP Foundation, apparently. Proceeding to next file. Okay, we got this big old conversation. We got Aaron, speaker, William. Yeah, looks like it. Okay. Item number, SCP-7878. Object class, Fomail. Special containment procedures. Multiple instances of SCP-7878 are contained in different Foundation sites and areas. No other containment procedures are necessary. Description. SCP-7878 is a Machina 5, a large mechanical device consisting of multiple anomalous components, including but not limited to bright Zartian hominid replicators, BZHR, liquid fluoride thorium reactor, LFTR, and a human noospheric regulator, HNR. SCP-7878 is used to produce non-anomalous humans connected by the HNR. Forward. Recorded footage of security camera at Site 19. Begin log. Sigel Aaron is seen entering into the camera's view. Isn't Aaron Sigel? I'm pretty sure it's the other way around, but it's all right. At the main entrance of the site, he presses the doorbell, and the camera placed upward on the wall of the building turns in his direction. Someone responds through the speakers placed just under the doorbell button. I guess I'll be Aaron.
I'll take William.
And then, okay, I'll be speaker. It's fine too. Yes? I need to talk to the individual named, quote, the administrator. Please wait. After 20 seconds, the door is open. A tall man in his mid-30s wearing a Foundation lab coat appears. The Foundation's logo is seen on his shoulder. Administrator.
Aaron, good to see you. How have you been? It's been what, 2 years?
3. I think it would be better to talk inside if that's okay.
Of course, come in.
Both Sigel and Frederick enter the site. They are greeted by MTF guards whose helmets hide their faces. Next, they enter the main hallway. As they pass a group of people, Sigel notices they all look the same as William Frederick. So, the rumors are true. You did clone yourself.
Yes. The guy you heard through the speaker, mobile task forces, and researchers are all me.
And how many of there are you?
More than 100,000 in all sites. I don't know the exact count.
That's... wow.
Impressive, isn't it? This body you're talking to is the 97th clone here, the closest we have from the original.
How exactly did you manage all of this?
Very simple, actually. Right that way.
Both individuals continue walking in the hallway until they stop at a large white door. SCP-7878 can be seen written in black on the door. SCP-7878?
Not exactly. It's far different from the one you saw the day you left. I, in a way, upgraded it.
The doors open, revealing a spacious room with a large machine in the middle. Moving parts such as enormous gears, springs, or wires can be seen outside the machine. Multiple booths are seen at the bottom of the engine, and clones of Frederick William emerge out of the machine's entrance. Other clones can be seen working with solder masks, torches, and wires on the sides of the enormous engine.
I used the knowledge we had with 2000 and created my own clone machine. Not only that, I did my research on SCP-7878 and disassembled it, which helped me understand the human noosphere, as it was directly connected to it. With that knowledge, I created what I now call a human noosphere regulator, meaning I can create a bubble inside the psychosphere to which all my clones have access. A bubble so dense that I have the capability of having
a hive mind through all of your clones.
Precisely. In 3 years, I was only able to make 3 of them, but I'll be damned if it wasn't worth it. While walking and talking with you, I'm also working on constructing a new site, fighting some eldritch horror as a mobile task force member, or being sacrificed by myself to contain an entity from outside our baseline reality. To put it simply, I am everywhere. I do everything, all at once.
What about the D-Class? You don't use them anymore? What did you do to them?
No need. Several versions of me are used as the equivalent of a D-Class. As for what I did to them, I simply sent them back home.
And population control?
I constantly use masks or plastic surgery in public to hide my identity.
Cognitohazards? Antimemetics?
Clones in charge of mind-affecting anomalies are an exception. They are the only ones not connected to the regulator.
And what about...
I'll stop you there, Aaron. Believe me, everything is under control. We had not a single breach in the last year. When I say I'll take care of everything, I mean it.
Yeah, that's not what I had in mind by, quote, very simple.
I know it's a lot to process, even for you. Come to my office. We'll discuss.
Both Siegel and Frederick walk. They pass an office door while several Frederick William are seen seated in front of computers. None of them are blinking or looking away from the computer computer screen while typing. They enter the director's office of Site 19.
Take a seat. Do you want something? Tea, coffee, water?
Do you people have any breaks?
No, except when we eat or sleep. Clones are unfortunately blocked by basic human needs. Anything at all?
While adjusting his seat. We still have whiskey?
Whiskey it is.
Siegel lets out a long sigh while Frederick takes a seat in front of him. So, I wanted to talk about my situation.
Mm-hmm.
We got pushed out of my own foundation in one single day without any explanation. Even though I was supposed to be the highest authority just after you, all Foundation members were confused. You fired every department, division, cell, and all staff just because you could?
I believe I said everything I had to say in that file.
But did you? Did you really? I keep thinking about that file. Remember every word, but none of this makes sense. I wondered if you were affected by some anomaly, threatened, or if it was even you writing this. I mean, Siegel is interrupted by the doors of the office. Siegel is interrupted by the doors of the office opened by a clone of Frederick. He then puts a glass of whiskey and a cup of apple juice onto the table in front of him. Apple juice?
My favorite.
It's good. It's a good drink. The second clone leaves. Since a silence between the two, Frederick drinks his cup while Siegel looks intensely as if he is searching for something to say. I've never seen you in person now that I think about it. I've called you more than 1,000 times. Through a screen or just the voice. But you never got out of this bunker you call an office. Your devotion to this job is amazing. I admired you. And one day, you just decided to fire all of us. No overseer vote, no ethics committee recommendation, no nothing. I didn't even think it would be even remotely possible. But I trusted you. I thought it would be just temporary or something. So when I left the Foundation, I tried to live a normal life, just as you asked. What used to be my family is long gone. Since I've lived for more than 100 years, and the grandsons I have left never heard of me. So I tried to instead live in Venice, Italy, my favorite place of all. It didn't take me long to find someone. A beautiful man with brown chestnut hair, green eyes, reminding me of the peaceful wildlife that was, and a smile forcing you to, okay. Green eyes reminded me of the peaceful wildlife and a smile forcing you to do the same back. Pretty smart, even if a bit stupid when he wants to. His name was, he was named Jarrell Morin. Siegel takes a big sip of his whiskey glass. I really did love him, but even so, there was something missing. Part of me that wasn't there anymore. A gap that keeps getting wider every day. I thought that this departure was temporary disappeared after the first year. But even though I stayed with Jarrell for other years, I would wake up at night unable to sleep back and instead work on procedures I couldn't finish before leaving my work. After all this time together, he wanted to be married and have children, but I couldn't go this far. I left him. I told him to find someone better than me because I knew deep down this life wasn't for me. I tried living on my own alone, but it was worse. The periods of sleep were getting shorter. The memories of the foundation were screaming back into my mind. The gap got wider and wider until there was nothing left but that gap. And that's when Siegel looks directly at the man beside him. That's when I came back here to refill that gap. I want to rejoin the Foundation.
Siegel, look.
I'll join whatever department you want, whatever clearance.
There is no clearance anymore, and a single man detached from the noospheric bubble is an entire revision to this system that I've built.
I'll join the bubble too. Connect my brain to it. I know that's possible.
No, I'm sorry, but that's a huge risk to take for your brain, and I don't want another life taken because of me.
Then put me in charge of mind-affecting anomalies.
Those are the worst type of anomalies, and like I said, I don't want to put any of you in trouble because of me again.
Frederick sigh, then takes a sip of the apple juice cup and looks back at Siegel.
To be entirely truthful with you, you are not the first to come here. Other Foundation members came back here this year, having the urge to refill that hole in them, as you say. I resent them back home and told them to keep trying to have the life they should have.
But why? Why do all of this when there are people who want to help the Foundation? If you truly cared for us, you would let us back in, especially since a lot of us wanted to do this. What if there are some people whose life is to be in the Foundation, helping others?
I do not believe such a thing. The Foundation is not a life. You've all been brainwashed to think so, with how long and hard you've been working.
Then what about you, William? Why haven't you tried having a family, if you think of this place that way?
For the necessary...
No more of this bullshit. You're no god. You don't want to have to be the martyr of all of us just because you want to. You don't have to be the martyr of all of us just because you want to. You're just forcing yourself to make us a victim. Open your fucking eyes, William. Silence. Siegel finished his whiskey with one last swallow. It was a mistake to come here. I should have done what I came here for. Siegel stands up, rolls up his sleeve, and presses a button on his watch.
What are you talking about? What?
Frederick's facial expression changes from confused to surprised and angered.
Did you?
You already know the answer. A large explosion is heard far away in the site. Camera footage in Gate B, site entrance to Site 19. Individuals are seen at the entrance sticking to what seems to be a large quantity of C4. Sticking what appears to be a large quantity of C4 bombs on the door. Multiple former Foundation members are recognized. They then walk away and activate the bombs, destroying the door and leaving a large hole. After the dust of the explosion wears off, 20 other agents armed with rifles enter the site and immediately start shooting at the clones. One agent, seeing the cameras, shoots them off. End of camera footage. I knew about the other members who wanted to rejoin the Foundation, so I called all of them, but I couldn't make our own organization. We don't have the money or influence of before, but you did. We first tried to talk you out. Hundreds of former members tried to convince you that to get the Foundation back like before. We tried for one entire year, in vain. It was supposed to be our last chance of convincing you. And since you refused again, our patience has finally run out. So we decided together, take back the Foundation, make it the same as it should be. Frederick quickly tries to get up, but Siegel pulls out a gun and shoots both of his legs. Oof. While he screams in pain, Siegel points the gun in the direction of Frederick's head but doesn't shoot him. It should be pretty easy. Even if your original body is almost identical, I know damn well that the clones are not. You also have this moral code which blocks you from trying to hurt a Foundation member, even less to achieve your own goal. That's why the Ethics Committee was created, to make choices you couldn't. You're the protector after all.
You've gone crazy.
Maybe I have. Maybe we all have. This is on you.
Siegel, you.
Siegel fires. Clone number 97 is terminated. End log. Incident Prime. Site 19. Following Aaron Siegel's interview, more than 200 former Foundation personnel attacked Site 19 using several weapons, some being anomalous. During the assault, none of the clones tried to fight back, instead trying to evacuate Site 19 while taking a maximum capacity of anomalous items, files, and potentially dangerous weapons with them. Attempting at talking with the former Foundation members were done, but all were deemed unsuccessful. 23 of the 4,936 clones of Site 19 have been successfully evacuated. Have successfully evacuated the place in time. The rest have been terminated. I don't think that's supposed to be Site 19, but also there's quite a few errors in this.
Yeah.
Let's see. Next file. Let's do it. Okay, we got some other conversations in here. Item number removed. Invasion progress. Ooh. Item number removed. Object class removed. Special containment procedures removed. Description. Due to the current invasion of Foundation facilities by POI-001, the administrator, less than half the files in the Foundation database have been recovered by the Foundation personnel, and the creation of new documents is currently impossible. This file, previously SCP-7878, is now used for an abridged catalog of the current invasion and its progress. The document's current edits will be given in its own file and reverted back to the original content once Frederick William and all its instances are terminated. Let's do some water. While POI-001's termination is a priority, Foundation personnel are to maintain usual containment on all sites and areas currently occupied by us. Information concerning the means of termination of clones by POI-001 can be found on Termination Procedures of Hive Mind Individuals, previously SCP-2505's file. Attempt at communication. The first site recovery, Site 19, led to the discovery of Machina V, or Machina 5, an anomalous engine used by POI-001 to clone himself, and the component known as the Human Noosphere Regulator. 051 proposed using his mind and connecting it to the Noosphere Regulator. Even if doing so was considered highly painful and possibly fatal, 051 successfully connected his mind to the Noosphere bubble where POI-001's mind is located. Later, 051 attempted to contact POI-001 through the Noosphere Regulator. The following is a short telepathic discussion between 051 and POI-001. I guess you'll take 051. Oh no, sorry, you're already POI-001. So
yeah,
I'll be 051. Begin communication. Test.
Siegel.
Oh, it's Siegel. Hello, Administrator.
Why?
Isn't it obvious? I can see what you are seeing now. I know what you know. Every plan you think of to get rid of us, I'll think of it too. We can prevent it.
You could have killed yourself that way.
This is a war, William. War demands sacrifice. You can stop whenever you want and kill your original body and put an end to all of it.
What have you become, Siegel?
No response of 051. End of communication. 051 aided in the discovery of two other Machina 5 at different sites. 051 proposed to raid each of these sites first before recovering other sites and areas, since POI-001's instances will not decrease unless these devices are destroyed. Site 90 was the first on the list, and the attack was immediately planned. All personnel were given direct access communication to 051 via earbuds to avoid unexpected encounters. Using grappling hooks, two agents were sent to the roof without being spotted by surveillance cameras. They then used the entrance of the roof to enter the facility and proceed to terminate 25 POI-001's clones. before accessing the main site computer room and lock themselves in. Using a virus AIC uploaded on the security computer, they successfully opened the main site entrance, letting all Foundation members into the site. During the fight, POI-001's instances are seen using rifles and with non-lethal sedative bullets to stop the Foundation personnel. Reality-bending agents were ordered to block all exits of Site 90 except for the main entrance, where other personnel enter. Thaumaturgical experts were sent in front with protective spells to defend. All other agents were ordered to terminate a maximum of POI-001 while trying to find, if possible, better weapons throughout the facility. In less than 2 hours, 2,131 of the 2,198 POI-001 have been terminated. The rest are believed to have somehow evacuated. Personnel incapacitated were treated, but none were harmed. Site 90 has been successfully recovered. All agents who terminated more than 40 POI-001's clones were awarded for their behavior. Attempt at communication. Another attempt at communication between the two individuals connected to the Newspheric regulator was initiated not so long after the attack on Site 90. This time with POI-001 starting the conversation. Begin communication.
Siegel.
051 does not respond.
Siegel, I know you listen to me.
Still no response.
We must put an end to all of this. This is madness. We must not...
Or what? You're going to try and kill us? No. You won't even touch us. I didn't know your moral code went that far. I thought you could get pretty angry and break it after the second site reacquisition.
This is going too far.
It is only the beginning.
Your mind is obviously affected by the regulator. You must...
I won't listen to your lies anymore.
Please, just listen to me, Siegel, just for once. I can make a deal with you if you want. Make it fair for both of us.
Pause. No.
What?
What you want to do is not a fair deal. You want to accept the Foundation members back while still keeping your clones around to help. You will then show how your clones are efficient and you're the only needed members of the Foundation. This will force most of the staff to quit little by little. Then, once most of us are gone, there will be those like me who want to stay no matter what. You'll anesthetize the rest of us to erase our memories of the Foundation, and you'll be the only one left to take care of the Foundation.
No, that's not...
Do not even try to deny it. We share the same mind now, Frederick. I told you everything you think about. I'll think the same. No response from POI-001. Goodbye, Administrator. Do not attempt to communicate back until you have a real fair deal. End of communication. Addendum point 2. Site 01, the last remaining site with a Machina 5, was already set ready for another raid 3 days after the storm of Site 90. According to 051, another attempt to discreetly enter the site would be impossible, as POI-001 installed a large number of data traps inside the facility. Instead, using all thaumaturgical specialists available, a ritual was performed to forcefully open the door. As soon as they entered the site, defensive agents holding portable Scranton reality anchors were immediately targeted by POI-001. Even with ontokinesis specialists in the field to deflect the bullets, the majority of the agents were neutralized. The devices were also shot along with the agent holding them, leaving the anchors unusable. POI-001 instances later used a device capable of mimicking Class 5 reality-bending abilities. The use of the device resulted in the complete change of the structure of Site-17 and many other altering effects, including doors leading to a wall, floor changing into a mud-like substance, the personnel being subject to hallucinatory vision. Okay, yeah, okay. Dr. Alto Clef, armed with a double-barreled shotgun, was impervious to the reality shifts due to his anomalous alterations. He was immediately ordered by 051 to destroy the mimicking engine. Clef accepted and ran in the direction of Wing C, while killing a maximum of POI-001 instances. Even if multiple bullets were taken, Clef did not slow down. When accessing said room, Clef immediately shot in the direction of the device, which stopped the effects throughout the site. Clef immediately falls to the ground, unresponsive due to sedative effect. All Foundation members resumed the attack. Researcher Cole Theravin suddenly stops fighting, instead looks around confused. When asked about what he was doing by a former colleague and a friend, he responds, "Who are you?" Dr. Cammy and Abbott drops their weapon and looks around, also confused, similarly to researcher Theravin. They continually ask around in panic where they are while looking for an exit. It's a weird shift to like regular narrative prose. More and more personnel are getting the same reaction as Cole and Cameron. And the attack on Site-01 was stopped, and all agents were retreated back to Site-19. 18 agents, researchers, and doctors inexplicably lost memory of everything related to the Foundation during the fight. The following portion is stricken. It's another raid attempt will be initiated once the phenomenon will be neutralized. And that ends the stricken portion of that document. Attempt at communication. 051 attempted to communicate again with POI 001 with the intention to find out more about the current loss of memory by Foundation personnel. Begin communication. Administrator, no responses. I know you're here. Respond to me. No responses. What have you done? What happened? Why didn't I see it? No response. Answer me. William. Extraneous info removed. 051 continuously tried to contact POI 001 for 3 days straight without any response. Addendum point 3. At the time of writing, 104 Foundation personnel lost memory due to an unknown anomalous phenomenon induced by POI 001. The following are proposals executed by High Command in an attempt to eliminate this phenomenon. Proposal number 1. Use of Class W amnestics on affected individuals. Council vote summary. Unanimously, yay. Proposal accepted and applied. All personnel affected are unable to regain memory with Class W or any type of amnestics and were instead released from Foundation custody. Proposal 8. Use of Machina 5 to replace every lost personnel. Council vote summary: 7 yeas, 1 abstains, 3 noes. The yeas have it. Result: proposal accepted and attempted to apply. The machines were able to perform other clones, possibly rendered unusable by POI 001 just before evacuating every facilities. Proposal number 14. The usage of Foundation physicists, thaumaturgists, theologists, and theologists attempt to contact a deity capable of blocking the anomalous effects. Council vote summary: 5 yeas, 0 abstains, 2 noes, and the yeas have it. So proposal accepted and applied after attempting to contact several deities, entities. Only one responded back, and despite being capable of erasing the anomalous effect, refused due to, quote, already having a fear with Frederick William. Insufficient numbers of Foundation thaumaturgists foiled further attempts at communications. Proposal number 25. Use of microchip able to store memory, then surgically place it into the brain of Foundation personnel to forcefully regain memory loss. Council vote: 4 yeas, 0 abstains, 1 noes. Proposal accepted and attempted to apply. Could not be achieved due to lack of biotech researchers and Foundation anomalous integrated research specialists. I'm going to say I have $20. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. So proposal number 33, contact POI 001 and propose a fair deal fair for both parties. Council vote summary: 2 yeas, 0 abstains, 1 noes. Yeas have it. Result: proposal accepted and applied. No answer from POI 001. Proposal 41. Via the use of temporal anomalies, send a message to past 051 before the beginning of the event that led to now. Council vote summary: 1 yay. Results: yeas have it. After being the last one, I finally understood why this phenomenon happened. Frederick somehow removed the concept of the SCP Foundation from the noosphere. That's why him and I are the only ones not affected, because of this fucking bubble. I was pretty smart, I give him that. He basically forced them to live a life without the Foundation. I, however, have no idea how exactly he managed to hide it from me. I'm supposed to see everything he sees, a certain type of amnestics, perhaps? Anyways, this message is not direct to the administrator. This message is for you, Siegel. I sent this... Oh, okay. I sent this to all of you to make you understand the gravity of the situation and to make you act as quickly as possible. Kill him. I would have done it myself, but that bastard did not leave me any anomalies able to send a human being to the past. That's why you must do it. Kill Frederick William before he kills the entire Foundation. Go into Site-01, take the elevator, enter his office, and before he has time to react, shoot his head off However, be aware that he might survive a shot in the head. We don't know how many alterations he did to his body. Take anomalies with you just in case. It might be hard, but you must do it. After sending him 6 feet under, make sure you hide everything. Don't leave one trace. They will search for someone to replace him, and that's when you will replace him. Become the administrator, and only now can we ensure all of the war never occurs. You don't have much time. Hurry. End of files. Please enter command. The computer will log out in 1 minute due to inactivity. Are you sure you don't want anything else? Give me access to the elevator leading to the office of the administrator. Make you remove every trace of me into Site-01 once I leave. Access given and the requested task will be done. Anything else? Expunge full and log out. All access records for this computer in the last 24 hours have been removed from the log. Records and Information Security Administration records redacted. Thank you for using SCIPnet. Welcome, Administrator. Today is the 7th of July. No breach or alert have been noticed on any sites. Well, Hume is stable and all baseline reality. No new message have been sent to you. Please enter command. Access SCP-7878 current file. Accessing SCP-7878. All right. That's the last one. I got thoughts on this one. SCP-7878. Item number. SCP-7878. Object class. Safe. Special containment procedures. Contained in the administrator's office. Description. SCP-7878 refers to a small colored television of indeterminate make with a facade similar to 1950 style BW televisions. When activated, SCP-7878 displays real-time video from the point of view of a single random human. SCP-7878 will change of an individual's point of view every 20 seconds. I did it. I received a message of future me 1 day before it was supposed to happen, before he fires us all. I didn't believe it at first, but it was only when I started to read that I recognized myself in those files. Same redactions, same perseverance, same knowledge, same me. That bastard of future me did not leave much time to think about it. I had to act quickly. So I did. I armed myself with an anomalous antimatter gun, which would kill any living things, immortal or not. Okay. Took the elevator to the office of the administrator inside Site-01. The doors of the elevator opened to his office, 80 kilometers below the facility. There was paperwork everywhere. Ceilings, walls, furniture everywhere. Papers about theories and history of various anomalous things, blueprints of incomprehensible anomalous machines. In the middle of this mess was his desk, also covered in papers. Sitting on it was a big computer with a big computer with too many wires, a black dial phone with the Foundation logo on it, and at last SCP-7878 turned on with William watching it. He was so focused on the screen. I had time to approach him before he had realized my presence, gun in hand, pointing at him. He did not seem surprised at all. Contrary to what my future self said, I was not about to shoot at first sight. I asked him about what was going to happen, about all those files I received. I asked him if he really planned on all of it or not, and that he was going to announce it tomorrow. He immediately responded yes. I asked him if he still plans to do so even after what I told him. He also said yes. I was about to ask why, but I already knew the answer, so I took the shot. Remember everything. Me pulling the trigger as he finishes his sentence, the antimatter bullets getting out of the gun and approaching his head, his forehead being pierced out, and the bullet finally getting out by the back of the head. I shot because I had to. I killed the administrator because I knew deep down that I do not exist without the Foundation. Future me was right. It was hard to kill him, not because he was hard to fight, but because he was someone I knew, someone I admired. I killed Frederick William. I murdered a friend just because of my own arrogance. Just like the note said, I did hide the body. Every trace of me going back into that room or the elevator was erased. They later noticed the disappearance. They, of course, suspected me, but every other O5s were equally suspicious. Everything got as planned, and in less than a month, I was able to become the new administrator. It's a quick turnaround. With my new clearance, I opened the files that weren't accessible to me as an O5. There weren't many of those. But the one that surprised me the most was SCP-7878. Hundreds, about thousands of notes inside that one document. Since the file was pretty empty and only accessible to him, he used it as some kind of notebook. Every day, he would describe what is on his mind. He wrote what he does today and the day after, what he sees on SCP-7878. He also wrote his plan in that file, writing the design of the future clone machine he would make, the noosphere regulator. He tried to calculate every possibility of what was going to happen after he threw everyone out of the Foundation. And he did. He predicted what was going to happen, not just the attack of the researchers and agents, everything. He was able to predict that I would use the regulator, using the Ennui protocol to remove the SCP Foundation from the noosphere and hide it from the future me by creating another bubble into that same noospheric bubble. He had planned that future me would send a message to present me. He predicted his own murder. At the very end of all these notes, he wrote the following: "Are you happy now, Sigil?" Is that it? Oh no. Now I'm here. So now I'm here, having a break and using it to write my thoughts on that file while watching SCP-7878. 1 year ago from today, you were supposed to announce your big idea on that same file. Being the administrator is no easy task. I'm very far away from a good administrator compared to him. Like him, I had to change my body to remove basic human needs. Like him, I barely have any free time. Like him, I watch SCP-7878 when I do have a break. I rarely see something horrible or even a bit related to the anomalous through that screen. It's as if the TV knows what I want to watch. So that's what I do. I just watch it silently, with the screen as my only source of light within that dark room. I wonder how you felt when watching that screen. What happened that day when you decided to do all of this? What got through your mind? Why did you let me kill you? Why didn't you stop me? Maybe, just maybe, you aren't dead. Maybe what I've killed is a clone of yours. Maybe you were the one who sent me that message, not future me. Maybe you set all of that up as a way to discreetly leave the Foundation. Maybe you're out there, the real you, with your own family, finally experiencing what you've seen through that TV. Or maybe I'm just making all that stuff up because I can't make up in my mind that you've let me kill you. But still, I wonder. Oh, I wonder. Oh, okay. Shoof. That was a lot.
That was a lot.
So I wonder is Philiju, is it possible that they're like English as a second language or something?
There were some of the typos and word changes that made me think of that.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well.
Like there were some blatant errors, like Site 1's raid going to Site 17 for one typo before turning back to Site 1.
Yeah,
That's like different.
Yeah, and like I'm not even going to talk on that stuff because it's clear that it just needs work in that regard.
Yeah.
My main complaint with the content was they did not interpret the noosphere correctly. If they think that they could just remove the SCP Foundation from the noosphere and then talk about the SCP Foundation in the same sentence.
Yeah,
because it'd be a foreign concept. There'd be no way for them to know what they're talking about, and it would just be gone. Like the noosphere is a collective. It's a collective location. It's not every human doesn't have their own. I'm talking specifically to Philiju. The noosphere is a collective area that is shared by all humans. It's the source or the realm that contains all ideas. So if you remove something from that, then it's not part of the human consciousness. It can't be perceived or even spoken of. So that was my only major nitpick about the content. I think the administrator cloning himself, that whole idea is pretty good. It's a pretty fun concept to explore. I actually had a similar idea for a sequel to D2000, which is a tale about how they've been cloning D-Class using SCP-2000. It's in the name.
Yeah.
That's where that whole headcanon comes from. But the sequel being like their SCP-2000 is getting worn down from too much use, and there's glitches in the system, and they basically have to start cloning the same D-Class over and over. And the end result is that there's some sort of hive mind that arises in them, and then they coordinate and escape. But I like the concept of the clones. I think that the core idea is good. I think that it bounces around too much between different anomalies. Doesn't really have the same justification that other articles do that talk about different anomalies and have an overarching theme. I don't know. What are your thoughts?
This one crystallized my problem with Dr. Azure Waters. And it's the same problem in both of these articles,
Mm-hmm.
which is that the idea itself, cool, great idea, but the way it was implemented in the format, there's not enough to justify everything, and things are kind of skipped past rather than elaborated on.
Yeah.
Like, these stories, to make their concepts hit, would need to be a lot longer, and a lot more would have to happen to build the emotional weight in.
Yes.
And they'd have to be handled a lot more practiced. I feel like both of these writers are probably a little on the newer end, if I were to guess. I hate making that kind of assumption, but it just, there's a habit of hitting your bullet points and calling that the story in this case, and it needs to be fleshed out a lot more. Like, for me, I write very small articles about very small things, or I write small articles because I don't have a big attention span. I have too much going on. I have to handle things. But when I do, all of my articles are about like this very small moment, a day in someone's life, a X, Y, and Z, because once you get on these grander concepts,
yes,
you're going to balloon your story, and you're going to have to do a lot to carry that weight. This, like you said, the clone concept, the administrator trying to get rid of everyone, I actually adore this as an off-the-wall science fiction concept.
Mm-hmm.
But it just needs so much more space to grow. And especially, like, one scene where Alto Clef shows up with a shotgun seems like a gratuitous cameo that could have been something greater. I don't mind using the author avatars. They're like the main hero characters in Dynasty Warriors of SCP. But the way everything is just bing to bing to bing to bing to bing, we can't really... These are the bullet points of your full freaking novella. That's my thought.
Yes. Apparently, someone in the chat knew someone named Azure Waters, but I find that it's a good name. It's a good name.
I mean, it's a very on the nose name, and
very on the nose.
There are worse names out there in the real world.
Yeah, it's true. Were they also a fish person?
Yeah, were they also a fish person? That is a great question.
I think that's important.
But yeah, I like the concept, but the implementation it needs a lot more work and crit, and it's probably going to balloon a lot bigger than this. But even like, you can tell the bullet points and where they separated the offsets. That's good structure. It's just more.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, list pages, I mean, if it is one of their first articles, list pages, I commend you. But I don't, I'm not sure if it is, because they have an author page. So I don't know how new that they are.
Yeah.
I see a handful of SCPs here. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The feelers you co-wrote It's a Beautiful Day with Jack Waltz. That's a good SCP.
Nice.
So I think maybe just, you need to get a little bit more crit from this. Sometimes reading the articles out loud yourself can help identify problems because we all glaze over things when we're reading our own work. It's just a kind of a normal thing you do. But try going back to the drawing board with that one. I think it could be rated higher if you took a look critically at the core concept. And
there is so much good here in this piece, and I've got to downvote it because I don't feel like it's finished, but that's the only reason. For this author, you are on your way with this. Just take it back to the drawing board and hit it harder.
Yeah.
Something like this, you're going to have to hit against the wall a couple of times.
I agree. But I mean, because the introduction of time travel, it's a risky move, especially on top of everything else.
And the ending, I want something more thematic there. Like, I was just waiting for him to turn into the administrator again, or there was something.
Yeah, I was definitely thinking that that's where they were going to go with it. Like, it just turns out that the cycle continues, but.
And I mean, I guess it is very pertinent that he wouldn't know if what he did was the right thing, and he wouldn't know what the administrator was truly thinking.
Right.
And now he is him in the like successor way.
Yeah.
All right, with 24 minutes left on our clock, let's see what
the next one.
7008 looks like.
That's a probably in the higher rated one, right? Yeah. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Oh, it's real short.
Oh, wow. Okay. I think this will probably be our last one then, because
I think so. Yeah.
That brings us to SD Lock next.
Yeah, that'll be a great way to start off the next one, though.
That'll be a good starter.
Yeah, that one's a good one.
All right, so I am coming at you with item number SCP-7008.
Right.
Containment class, anomalous.
I'll get the name real quick.
Oh, yes, the title, please.
It is a single plastic rose. That's it. A single plastic rose.
Oh, I saw this in the awards, maybe for shortest. We'll see.
Yeah.
Containment class, anomalous. Special containment procedures. SCP-7008 presents a negligible threat to the Veil or the Foundation. Research into the cause of SCP-7008 manifestation events may continue, but no formal containment is required. Description: SCP-7008 is the manifestation of an otherwise non-anomalous artificial rose made of pink fabric and plastic that spontaneously appears in populated areas. The conditions for its manifestation are still unclear, but a vast majority of events share the following in common. SCP-7008 usually manifests between 5 p.m. and 4 a.m. local time. Despite almost exclusively manifesting in urban environments, the area is rarely heavily populated at the time. SCP-7008 favors industrial and business zones over residential areas. SCP-7008 manifests outside of direct human observation. Footnote: this, combined with the lack of anomalous effects following manifestation, make containment and research of SCP-7008 a low priority. Pictured SCP-7008 instance. Addendum 7008.1 Discovery. Foundation datacrawler Sylvia.aic recorded a brief reboot of several audiovisual CCTV cameras in Norfolk, Virginia. As this was extremely unlikely without anomalous interference, it was flagged for manual review, leading to the first recorded SCP-7008 event. A transcription of the footage can be found below. Pictured at 0000 timestamp. Morgan Alda walks out of their place of employment, a local grocer's. It is 2:17 a.m. The street is dark, and Alda shivers momentarily. Reaching into their pocket, they pull out a set of keys, and after 30 seconds of effort, lock the door to the building. They take a few steps back, still facing the building, and take a single deep breath. Rubbing their eyes, they wander to a nearby bench. Alda sits down and pulls a pair of earphones and a pack of gum from their pockets. They plug the headphones in, fiddling with their phone to find a song. Content, or at least okay with their choice, they put the phone down and stare across the road. A few minutes pass. The gentle breeze dies down. They gaze into the distance, isolated from the world around them. Rarely a car passes, roaring as it does, but they do not react. Their every breath cuts the brisk air. Regardless, they continue to stare. A long while later, Alda snaps back, sighs loudly, and leans down, putting their head in their hands. The footage cuts out. When it resumes, a pink plastic rose can be seen to the side of the bench. Alda continues to sit head in hands. After 5 minutes, they look up and notice the rose. They hesitate. Alda: huh. They pick up the rose and turn it about in their hands, looking it over for a minute. Suddenly, they stand up, almost jumping off the ground in effort, and slide the rose into their pocket. Slowly, they wander towards the camera as they head home. As they leave frame, they have a slight smile on their face. End log. So I have two feelings here.
Right.
I have three feelings here. Feeling one is I like the anomaly. The anomaly is just a little plastic rose that shows up when you're sad, makes you happy. Cool.
Yeah.
I dig it. Two, this camera log. I wish its language was more Foundation-esque. The prose bothered me a little bit.
Sure.
other than that, I have no problems with this piece. And my third feeling was when I was in college, I used to frequent this karaoke bar down the street. And like I was in there before I was 21. I just wasn't allowed to drink until then. But I still went and sang karaoke because that's what us theater kids do.
Sure.
And there was always at least 2 or 3 different rotating bucket of flower people who they come through the bar at like 12, 1 in the morning with their bucket of roses, and they're selling flowers to the drunk people. And in my mind, this took me back to that, just like the flower sellers, the bucket of flower people. I want an anomaly with the flowers. I don't know. It gave me feelings, man. That's all. It brought me back.
Sure. I think my main qualm with this is that it falls into the category of articles that are not really about luck, but can be made about luck just by saying it's a probabilistic phenomenon. And I knew that there was going to be a lot of those, and that's fine. It's fine. It's a thing. We're dealing with it. But I don't even think there's any mention of luck or probability at all in this one, which is kind of was strange to me. It's like, how does this relate to luck?
Yep, I see that. I did not even consider the luck aspect part of the contest. I was just thinking about it in general. You are correct on that front. I do not see that.
Author, just change the Norfolk, Virginia to Luck, Wisconsin, and you're good. It's all you needed to do. It's all you need to do. No.
All done.
Yeah, but there's plenty of them that can be fit into that category. It doesn't necessarily make it a deal breaker if the previous ones are not a deal breaker. So it's a good little story. It kind of reminds me of the Series 7 article about the song that calms people down. They play over the loudspeakers. I want to say it's 6999. Is that it? Let me see. Is it? Yeah, it reminds me of 6999, I think. Let me double check. That's the one. Yes. An Eleni Fish Truck article. Eleni Fish Truck's submission to the Series 7000 contest, also known as 6K. Currently at 659. It's a song. It is specifically Near My God to Thee, and it calms people down and makes people feel better. And it's a very short article about that. Short, sweet, and to the point. It's the kind of vibes it gives me. So I'm gonna upvote this, but I see what you're doing with those barely thematic article submissions. Upvote. Applied.
And that means that I will open up for our next week so we remember where we're at. We're going into 7676.
It's going to be a good one. Make sure y'all are there.
Looking forward to it, Shaggy.
Yeah. And checking the GoFundMe now. Did we get any donations today?
Did we get any donations to the GoFundMe tonight?
We did not, but we are gaining on that goal. That's super close. And I'm going to be keeping an eye on every single one of you that have watched this stream. And I'm going to be analyzing your finances and criticizing you for not donating. Cimmerian's in the chat right now, everyone.
Listen, guys, I didn't want to have to tell you this, but the trees are coming after you. They're outside your house. They're watching. And if you don't donate to the cause, they get you.
We have been putting out misinformation to the tree community about who's actually burning down large swaths of trees throughout the world. It's not us. That's for sure.
Absolutely not.
No, I would never do such a thing.
But with that out of the way, we are ending tonight's show. Thank you so much for staying with us. Make sure to visit the Cimmerian fundraiser in the description, as well as Billith and I's support links to support the channel. Shout out to that lizard kid who became a Site42 patron tonight. I do appreciate that. Keeping us broadcasting anomalously from Site42. And with that, we will see you in the next stream.
See everyone.
Somewhere beyond the sea, somewhere waiting for me, my lover stands on golden sands. glance and watches the ships that go sailing somewhere beyond the sea. She's there watching for me. If I could fly like birds on high, then straight to her arms